Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 5, the emotional return to a 5-round championship. It's been 3 years since the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count them, and that's where we are at. We couldn't be prouder of all the organisers and everyone right behind the scenes over the last 3 years that we've finally got to a stage where 2022 we can actually crown all of our champions of the state. And really looking forward to seeing how this weekend plays out. To my best knowledge, there's only one class in one category that have been able to award the championship to that driver, and that is actually Stephen Zorkis in improved production in his Honda Civic in under 2 litre. The rest of the categories, to the best of my knowledge, are open to be taken out here this weekend. So it has been a terrific year, and we have been really enjoying ourselves. We're readying ourselves for the HQ race, which will be the first race for this weekend, scheduled start 12:45. Porsche 944s for their 8-lapper at 1:05. 1:25 Saloon car race for 8 laps. Formula V race at 1:45. Improved production race at 14:05 or 2:05 for those non-military spec people out there. 2:25 for the BMW E30s. 2:45 for Formula Fords, 3:05 for Sports Sedans, sports cars at 3:25, historic touring, and the Hyundai XL race will round out our day at 4:05. And then we've got a little bit of a club thing. There's going to be a regularity trial right at the end of the day that some of our trackside officials can take part in. There's giving you our bona fide look over towards Smith's Beach from the bottom end of the property here at the magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. If you're watching us on the live streaming, you're missing out today. It's a beautiful day. The whole track is bathed in sunshine, and most people have forgotten their sunglasses and squinting into the middle distance. And on that note, I would love to introduce and welcome back to the racetrack here in Victoria after a long journey back from Darwin, punctuated with some visits to hospitals and all different bits and pieces. Dave, great to see you back at the racetrack, mate.
Thanks, Darren. I really appreciate it, and I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for all the messages and the phone calls and all that as well, mate. You don't realise how big this family of motor racing is throughout Australia, and I'm very, very lucky that I've got so many friends.
Now, you're back upright. You've made your way up the 3 flights of stairs, and you and I both puff anyway. Yeah. You're recovering from a pretty bad health episode. You're here, and you've even got a smile on your face, but I did notice you're squinting into the sun. Great that the sun's out, eh?
Well, it certainly is, Darren, and as you mentioned, we're both athletes, right? And it was sort of a massive shock to me to see what happened and what went on, and I'm very, very lucky that the hospital was there at the right place at the right time and all that, so I get another chance at life. So, yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Yes, it's got to take a little bit of time and everything else like that.
So we welcome all of those race fans that are particularly here to hear the return of David Amor to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and HQs. We welcome you from wherever around the world you're watching, and certainly those race fans that have already made their way here to the track, and it's fantastic, isn't it, to see, I mean, we're only talking 30, 40, 50 cars, but still people coming to the racetrack and seeing us go racing, and we're getting word that international viewers logging on to our coverage.
Yeah, look, it's absolutely fantastic. For the international viewers, these are a HQ Holden. They were made in 71 to 74, 13 different types of HQs, from your ute to your panel vans and things like that. These are a 6-cylinder Holden, single carby. They're a 3-speed. The idea of it was back in the day in Tasmania in about 86, 87, we needed affordable excitement. We needed some kind of class where there was plenty of cars throughout Australia, Tasmania and all the rest. So we came up with a HQ Holden. Absolutely brilliant. It's a 355 diff ratio, Banjo or Salisbury. If you click on and have a bit of a look at the HQ Holdens, it was 473,876, I understand, plus or minus 1 or 2, that got made. And we've got a fair few of them here this weekend. We race throughout every state in Australia and Tasmania. The HQ Nationals were only up in Darwin, as you mentioned, 3 months ago, where the Tasmanian Phil Ashland actually took out the trophy for the number 1, which is absolutely brilliant. We've got a lot of number 1 guys. Rod Rogers back in 2019, that's on pole at the moment. took out the HQs here for the Nationals. The Nationals go throughout Australia, state by state, year by year. And they're going to be up in Queensland next year, Darren, and I understand there's already some 70-plus guys have already put their hands up for that race for the Nationals in Queensland.
Super healthy field of cars right throughout this season here in Victoria, and you'd have to say that at 15 cars here this weekend, it's probably the most compact field we have seen, but it is a classy field. On pole, Rod Rogers to Ryan Woods sitting right next to him there. The weight of numbers on his shoulders, sharing with Casey Stoner and Alan Jones, the number 27. Nothing like getting a couple of World Championships numbers and getting everyone looking at you there. Andrew Magilton coming off the second row of the grid, which I find interesting in myself. And it's going to be very interesting to see, Dave, if you've remembered how to get Magilton right up into the octaves and up into the DBAs throughout this race as well. We'll see how exciting Andrew Magilton turns it on. Perry Becker's next to Ray Jardine coming out of P5. Let's see how Big Raymond goes. Graham Francis back to Glenn McDonald, Graham Crawford, Michael Ling, Peter Anderson, Mick Magilton and Andrew Lawton back there in the field. The championship standings look a bit like this. In fact, this is exactly what they look like. Magilton on 186, Andrew McLeod on 184, Perry Becker's on 164, Steve Banks 134, all within a mathematical chance here this weekend. So we couldn't have written this script in the HQs, and you're probably going to hear that a fair bit this weekend any better. Gavin Ross in there, not here this weekend, which is a real shame. He returned to the fray earlier on this year and did a wonderful job. Tony Maloney, Eric Hill on 74, Ray Jardine down there in 75, Ryan Woods on 52. But starting on the front row of the grid in the number 27, HSD Harvey's Towing Service, number 27. Field is set to go. And building, not sure why we're still sitting here, but the field, there we go. We're going to be staged for a race start. HQs haven't even brought the revs up yet. Bring it up. 5 seconds. Red light's on, and away we go. And it is Rogers that gets great drive. Andrew Magilton in the middies car gets away beautifully as well. And then it's the number 75 Magilton entry that gets through beautifully as well. And one onto the grass there. Car, was that 8? Was that Ray Jardine?
Ray Jardine's got it stuck between first and second gear. Perry Becker's there in 6th position, started extremely well. Andrew McLeod's gone back 2 positions. Also, mate, we've got a Peter Anderson from Northern Territory has actually come down to this race meeting this weekend. He also raced in South Australia last weekend with Ryan Woods. Now he's come down here. He's a mate of mine, ticking off the bucket list, you could say. And Ryan Woods is all the way back down in 5th position at the moment. Andrew McLeod's gone around him, but Perry Becker's right up into 3rd position, doing extremely well. Also, Glenn McDonald's not out there. He broke a camshaft in qualifying this morning.
That's a shame. Well, he qualified all right too.
He certainly did, yes.
That's a shame. We'll keep an eye out on the number 88. There he is, the silver single headlight front, just down the back of the field. A pretty daunting track to just arrive at and get a bit of practicing into qualifying is Phillip Island, but certainly we'll know all about top speed because that Hidden Valley racetrack, that front straight just seems to go on forever, doesn't it?
It certainly does, mate. That is for sure, mate. And don't forget, his car's not silver, it's grey, okay?
It's grey,
don't upset him, all right? So up over the top, we'll go and
we'll get the undercoat off it one day and give it a final coat.
Well, that's exactly right, mate. I've never seen undercoat shine that much. So up over the top where the old hay shed used to be, up over the top down into the MG, you see there Rod Rogers is already in the front. Magilton's in 2nd position. We've got Perry Becker's, we've got McLeod and Ryan Woods. Keep an eye on Ryan Woods. He normally takes 1 or 2 laps to get going, like most of us do, Darren.
Mick Magilton now having a good look at Michael Ling down into MG, coming out underneath the bridge there, working way around turn 12. We're looking right at the pointy end again now. That's Rogers, and that'll be Andrew Magilton. McLeod pushing pretty hard there as well. Ryan Woods in the mix here, but have a look at this. Here's a couple of season stages getting right on with it. Rogers, Magilton, Perry Becker's up 3 on the opening lap of this race, doing a wonderful job. Perry Becker's absolutely no stranger to going HQ racing here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Yep, certainly is. A 2:13 for a standing start of the HQ is absolutely spot on. We should be around about a 2:04, 2:05 on the next lap, and then we should be starting to sink some low 2:03s.
Big list of supporters help the HQs go racing everywhere we go. This season, the Tyre Power HQ Victorian Championship, and along with a lot of other supporters that keep this category going well, all running on the same control tyre as well. You touched on some of the technicalities of them at the start, David.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a Kenda tyre that gets buffed down to what the driver wants. We've still got drum brakes on the rear, 3-speed and everything else like that. So the HQ Holds is affordable excitement. It's fantastic. It's what Mum and Dad sort of bought way back then. And I'm sure there's a few kids that were in the back seats of these things many, many years ago.
What I like to see, and it's quite a resurgence out there, and it's a bit of a retro, almost romantic return to chrome bumpers, isn't it? And these cars are genuine quarter-inch thick chrome bumpers on them, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they certainly are. And the idea is for the HQs was to give them some kind of affordability, and Cams originally thought that HQs would fall off the perch and die, but actually it's the HQs that's given them their Rolls-Royce treatment of how much money they get, I think. Australian Motorsport, which is no longer Cams anymore, it's Australian Motorsport, and they certainly have to have a heavy look at grassroots motorsport, because if it wasn't for us guys and everyone else here that buys the licences and things like that, Australian Motorsport wouldn't have much to do. We need them to come back on board. We need them to help us. We need to look after Sandown. We need them to look after the racetracks that we've still got, because, mate, have we lost a lot of racetracks in the last 20 years? What's come back?
Certainly, we haven't added any. We've had one added at Albert Park, but that's only for 4 days a calendar year that we get that, and it's only a select few that get to race on that. But this race is really heating up now. Rod Rajas is doing a tremendous job. In fact, he's eased out half a second gap. And in HQ racing, and I'm a bit of a traditionalist, I remember when these guys ran on the flat track at Calder and then also on the Thunderdome, the half a second was a race-winning margin in any given day. Yeah. In fact, it was probably the biggest margin you'd have all events.
Well, that's very, very true. And like you said, we've only got 15, 14 cars for this weekend and things like that. We've got a committee that's working very, very hard. And I spoke to Kevin Stootman a little bit earlier, who's also one of those has-beens, a guy that used to race HQs many, many years ago. He used to be good. Ask him and he'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen. But he's in a Saloon car this weekend. But it's good to see he's still firing for HQs, and they're very, very passionate. So we'll certainly sit back at the pub tonight and talk about it a little bit more. But Majil,
Harry Beckers has just lost a couple of spots there.
Yep.
Gone back from McLeod and Woods now. So Woods started off the front row of the grid, currently showing on timing in 5th. I think once that gets cleansed, he'll be back into 3rd. So Perry Beckers unfortunately threw it all away, had a pinch up on the left front brake down at turn 4 there. Thank goodness for the extra hard stand down there that was added about 3 years ago. Bit of understeer there in the McLeod. Andrew McLeod Steel Fabrications there dealing with that. What can you do with the Kenda tyre to make it come on to sort of more towards lap 6, 7 and 8?
Yeah, well, it's the buffing of the tyre. When that tyre's brand new, we call it a wet because it's got 9 mil of tread. Right, we buff them down to probably around about 2.5 mil, and we round off the shoulders of the tyre a little bit to give the tyre longevity and also decent wear and tear. Most of these tyres you'll do 2, maybe 3 race meetings before you need another set of tyres. So we've been Kenda tyres for the last 8 years. As they go over the start-finish line there, we can have a bit of a look, ladies and gentlemen, and apparently we're down to a 2:03.8 and a 2:03.7 by Andrew Magilton. We're 5 laps remaining. Everything's 8 laps today, which is absolutely fantastic.
8 laps, yeah.
Michael Holloway and the Mini Car Club have done extremely well, and his plan is for everyone to go home this weekend.
So coming across the line, Rajas led from Magilton. But the big battle, and it's down to 0.09 of a second, was between McLeod and Ryan Woods. Perry Becker's just off the back, half a second away of that battle. And we're looking now into the midfield. This is Crawford, Lawton, Mick Magilton. And I'm just looking for the 88, our interloper from Darwin. Geez, he'd be feeling the cold, wouldn't he?
Yeah, mate, he's absolutely freezing. You know, he's unbelievable. Now, that 68 car, yes, that is the Andrew Williams car, Graham Crawford, used to race on the Thunderdome many years ago, and he's a mate of Andrew Williams. So he has borrowed the car and promised not to thrash it, I'm sure of it. But have a look at this. We've got Lawton's doing extremely well. Michael Ling's found some power in that HQ number 70. He has spent 18 months almost trying to get some power back into that car because they've been really struggling. Mick Magilton's good to see he's back. He's had a shoulder reconstruction, and he can physically move the right hand above his right ear. So he was showing that off yesterday. So
well, it's good to see these guys returning to HQs. Great to see Andrew Williams getting the car out there, all being that he's not the pilot. Loves his inline six Holdens, doesn't he? If it jumps out of the Tirana, gets into the HQ and picks a weekend to do it with.
Yeah, well, Andrew Williams was at basketball last weekend for the historic round in his little LJ Tirana. And
gee, that was a giant killer at Tailem Bend a couple of years ago. He won a race over there.
Yeah, it is.
Massive.
Well, here's another has-been as well. Him and Stoopman and myself have been around HQs for very long, but still very passionate about it. So,
I reckon the difference might be that Andy Williams and Kev could probably get back out there and win a race. What about your fine self there, David?
Oh, mate, I'm very consistent. You ask anyone, I don't lock a break. I don't go too deep into any corners.
What about getting the W, mate? What about getting the win?
Yeah, I have lots of times when other people have driven my cars. So,
here we go. This is a pass for the lead going on right as we watch around turn 2. Just missed that while we were rattling each other's cages here in the commentary booth. That is Andrew Magilton in the Middies car. Goes into P1. I'll do it. Magilton into the lead.
Yep, he certainly has. Rod Rogers just made a bit of a mistake, and Rod Rogers doesn't make many mistakes at all. But Andrew Magilton, that car and that engine, that setup, done extremely well up in Northern Territory there at the Nationals. He was sort of in the top 3 all weekend.
Issues for Rod Rogers. He's just had P2, 3 and 4 go streaming on by there. So McLeod, Wood, Beckers have just gone through very easily. That would probably have been the easiest pass they've ever made on Rod Rogers. He's definitely got issues. Car looks to be moving around a fair bit. I wonder if he's got a flat tyre or a deflating tyre or something like that. It certainly looked to be moving around on its tyre.
Yeah, it certainly is. So it'll be interesting whether the spacer has got an issue or problem, whether the car has. And you'll say to me, what's the spacer?
I know what the spacer is.
That's that bit of meat between the seat.
I've called 10,000 races with you. I know what the spacer
is. So hopefully you can get that car up and going again. That'll be quite interesting. Down into MG, Ryan Woods is up in the second. Then we've got Andrew McLeod and Perry Beckers that had a rip-roaring at the start. He's still in the top 4, and that's what you've got to do with these HQ holds. Rod Rogers is going to come into the pits, I can guarantee you that. So that's another lot of points he won't have for this round also. So here we come onto the front straight. That's it, run across there up the top, have a bit of a look. Andrew Magilton, he's absolutely firing. A 2:03.79 has been his fastest so far. Have a look at this. McLeod's gone out the outside. McLeod's car is normally a weapon in a straight line. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can get it through. Yes, he has. He's got it through turn 1. Yep, Ryan Wood's right in behind him, bumper to bumper.
Slides it in just nicely. They got to the apex of the corner. He put the 82 right where it needed to be, and the 27 finds itself back a spot. Geez, Ryan's had a fair old battle in the Harvey's towing outfit there. Started on the front row, disappeared back a couple of spots, fought hard to get back into it, and now he's got McLeod streaming on through. It's not over though, is it? Have a look how close they are running there. Great shots down out of turn 3. This is the head-on shut. There's our race leader in the Middies electrical car. The 82 in next, all beautifully under brakes. You see the front of the HQ dips slightly. Driver controls the brake modulation, brings it into the corner. No nipping up like we saw with Perry Beckers there, and just good, clean under brakes into turn 4. This is where they'll start to feel out. We've 6 laps of 8. They've got 2 more opportunities down there to duck out and maybe just run a little bit further into turn 4.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. And as you know, with a race car driver, they can certainly make their car very wide as well going into a corner. So you certainly got to pick your gap and just make sure the racing of the HQ Holdens has certainly cleaned itself up over the last 10 or 12 years. I don't know whether that's because we're running out of panels, Darren, or whether things have got a hell of a lot dearer. But it's great to be back. You know, we've had those 2 or 3 years of COVID. We've all been through it. We've all had it, we've got through it, which is the most important. Oh, here we go. Woods is trying to go around the outside. Have a look over the far side, ladies and gentlemen, right up there on the highway. Woods trying to go around the outside. We've got McLeod on the inside. Perry Beckers will certainly try and jump on the gravy train of the 82 or the 27 car coming down to the front straight. Oh, look at this, slipstreaming. Bumper to bumper.
Meanwhile, it's happening down into Honda Corner there. It is the Williams car with Crawford at the wheel to Lawton, Mick Magilton, and then back to Ling there as well, as we've got Lawton just going to the grass there in the 35, the 75, the Magilton electrical car of Mick Magilton right in there and doing a terrific job around the top part of the course. Here we go, coming into turn one, and that is a reach for the new driving suit there in the number 35 there. So Lawton goes around, kept it all under control. That could have been a very big incident. This is the same battle group coming across the line. Live pictures down the straight now. This is out in front. That is the leader. A very handy 2.7 second lead. And over McLeod. And then we got Ryan Woods. You can measure the gap right there. You can see it. It's the World Championship number trying to sneak up onto the 82. Perry Becker's there just fighting back. I just get the feeling that Perry hasn't quite got the HQ under him that he had 7 laps ago. He just doesn't seem to have the answer. But these two are battling it out. And it is now too late in the race, David, for these two to work together to try and get on the back of Magilton, isn't it? It's now, well, throw it away and we're going to fight it out for the second spot in this race.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. Andrew Magilton is, like Rod Rogers will say, very, very consistent. Doesn't make mistakes and things like that. It's a pity that Ray Jardine was unable to get the car out of gear, and he's got his car into the pits, so he'll fight for another day, and that'll be tomorrow. Just have to wait and see what's happening and what's going on. But here we go through MG, coming onto the front straight. Have a look at Magilton there. The Middies car certainly got some clearance. Now, Ryan Woods, let's see if that car's got a bit of grunt. Let's see if it can catch onto the back of McLeod and go over the start-finish line, bumper to bumper, whether he can pull out for his final time of this final lap to try and get something past that 82 car.
I reckon Ryan Woods has got the position he wants. He's sitting himself there beautifully. He'd like it to be battling out for first in the race, but that's escaped these guys at the now. 1.9 seconds away, unless Andrew Magilton, who never makes a mistake, happens to make one this afternoon. These two are onto it. Have a look at the 27, looks to the inside, looks to the outside. This is what he has to do. This is a dogfight for position 2 in this race. Ryan Woods has definitely got the pace on board the 27. And, big slide there. That's going to throw it all away now for McLeod. The ascendancy is now with the number 27. He's put the 82 out wide. He's got the inside running at 3, but will he be able to get enough body space between him and turn 4? Perry Beckers is going to weigh in on this. Down the outside they go. No, the 27 stays with it. This is HQ Racing. This is what they've been doing for 38 years. And the 27 goes off onto the grass and loses a spot there. In fact, Perry Beckers is going to just hang on. He's been observing this race. It is not over for the 27. Absolutely not over for Ryan Woods. He stays in there, gets right back in, clocks back onto work for the afternoon. He's only got 3/4 of a lap, and in fact, he's only got half a lap left to do it. But what has been happening is that McLeod has just been weathering this peppering firestorm from behind.
He certainly has, mate. Now, in 5th position, we've got Graham Francis in the 85 car. You might as well say he's the BO car for this race, but he's been by himself all this race. So don't forget the wiry veteran of Graham Francis is in the 85 car in 5th position.
Look at this.
At these guys.
They've swapped it for P2. The 27 goes right round the outside. Ultimate pressure paying off there for Ryan Woods. The 27 now, absolutely no one touched there. That was beautiful racing there by these three. There could have been panels flying. There could have been wheels torn off there as they fronted up for the line. The win is going to go to the ever-present Middies electrical car of Andrew Magilton. Let's have a look who gets home in P2. It's Ryan Woods will get there to Perry Beckers and Andrew McLeod. Throw the cards in the air, ladies and gentlemen. It's HQ Racing. What a way to start off round 5, our final round. I've got goosebumps, David Amor. I can't wait for this weekend. It's just going to be awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it certainly is, and it's not cold up here, ladies and gentlemen, so that goosebumps is because of the racing itself. So absolutely fantastic. Well, our major sponsor there is Tyre Power. We've also got a round sponsor, I understand, which is Strive Electrical, which is in Roeville there. Strive Electrical is one of the many sponsors that HQRA has got throughout the year. And as they all still coming through over the start finish line, Mick McGilton, did he get him? No, he didn't. Crawford. Then we got McGilton, Lawton, Michael Ling. And we're still waiting on the Northern Territory there of Anderson. He has finished. He started, finished, and made it. Absolutely fantastic in the 88 car there. He's done a 2:12, so he's gone over a second faster than he did in qualifying, Darren.
Let's have a quick look at it. It's Andrew McGilton over Ryan Woods, Perry Beckers, Andrew McLeod, Francis Crawford, Mick McGilton, Andrew Lawton, Michael Ling, Anderson getting home there. The DNFs, unfortunately, there for Rob Rogers, Ray Jardine in the mix there. They got the race underway. Let's hope that we can see those cars rectified and get back out on track for their first race tomorrow morning. And the HQs will be the curtain openers at 9 a.m. for another 8-lap race. David Amell, thank you so much, mate. It is great to see you back at the races. And all of those Victorian motorsport fans, Australian motorsport fans that are watching Glenline TV around the country, it's great to have you back. And we'll see you for the HQs tomorrow morning.
Certainly will. As Michael Holloway said, guys, it's a hot track all afternoon. Absolutely fantastic. All right, I hope your team wins this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope it is a damn good football match, and we've got some damn good racing happening. So thank you all very much from David Amell.
So cars are out on track for the 944s. It's going to be get a drink, have a sandwich if you can throughout today at some particular stage, and really enjoy this weekend. What a way to start off round number 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We send our thoughts to Callum Brannigan, who has been opening and closing our shows right throughout this weekend, and really enjoy what Callum has done. He is his full-time job is at the Cats, and he is enjoying the Melbourne the Grand Final in Melbourne. I'm not sure that would be as enjoyable as the Grand Final of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we'll go to a quick interview.
Second in the 944 Championship, not too far off the leader. Been battling Westaway all year, so what's the plan for the weekend?
Plan is to have a good race. Me and Jamie always do. Of course, win. That would be nice. But Jamie really does make it hard, and there's a few new guys. So Chris Lewis-Williams is back, and as you saw last round, he had a win at the end there. So it'll be a good race. So we'll see how we go. Yeah, track's quite gripped up, I feel. Times aren't quite there yet, but I think they'll come. Car's feeling pretty good. But yeah, can't complain. So yeah, I'm not too fussed either way. Yeah, prepared enough for the rain. We had a bit of rain last round, so we kind of expect, we know what to expect, kind of thing. But no, I'm sort of happy to go both ways. A bit of rain doesn't scare me, so it'd be good. I like to thank my dad. He helps out and stuff, and obviously Bella Motorsport, which is me and my dad. We do all the work. We look after 6-7 cars this weekend. So yeah, thanks to him especially, and of course my family at home. My wife Erica and my little boy Jamie. Thanks for letting me go racing. So.
Awesome. Thank you very much to Travis down there in the pit area with Cameron Bella, who is a force to be reckoned in 944 racing. In fact, has been on the front row of the grid for the best part of every race over the last 4 years, even over a couple of broken up events we had during the COVID phase. I'd like to introduce Dan McCarthy to the commentary booth now. Dan's been a stalwart for the series in the comm booth over the last few seasons. Of course, mate, we're celebrating 5 rounds on a full season this year, aren't we?
How good is it?
It's awesome.
I love driving in here this morning. Phillip Island, glorious sunny day. Doesn't look quite so much like that now, but it's such a great place to come to when you haven't been for a few months. It's just fantastic this time of year.
Let's have a look at this field as they bring themselves down to the grid. It is Jamie Westaway to his mates in the Ausfield Oil entry 944. Cameron Bella is the next one along right next to, we just heard from Cameron. Chris Lewis-Williams, a great return to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for Chris Lewis-Williams in the Tyre Power Benalla Rocket Digital entry. He takes his spot on the grid. Adam Brewer is next. We're looking forward to seeing how Adam can go. Tim Wolfe from WA on the third row of the grid with Mark Torbitts in the number 74 golden black entry. Let's see how Mark goes. Tony Andrzejewski in the number 27 doing a brilliant job right throughout this season. Tony, Anthony Westaway, Josh Brisbane, Richard Howe out in 8th spot, his traditional starting position. Keith Mariner, Joey Kellett, Mark Verdino, Andy Tudor, back to Andrew Jackman, Vlad Kennedy, Carter Fox down there in the number 7 in position 17. Manny Menezalma, welcome back to 944s after some time in a cup car. Jamie Mitchell and John Benoris rounds out the back of our field, and we are set for the first race for the weekend, final round. How good is it to get to grand final time and you're at the racetrack, 5 rounds done, and we are in for a massive weekend. Really looking forward to seeing how all of our championships pan out. Jamie Westaway with number 1 on the side would dearly love to leave that sticker right where it is. The Osfield Oil blazing down the side. Cameron Bella Motorsport, or Bella Motorsport, in position number 2. Let's see these two greats of 944 racing, and away
They don't go. Car stalled. It's the championship leader, although no, it isn't. Further back, so he's finally got going. Car number 46 has pulled off to the side of the track. A bizarre start there. This is not a start, we should say, so they'll reform up and come back around for another go at it. That was very bizarre how that all happened, but I believe the issue was with car number 46 a bit further down.
Red flag being used says to me that was a race start, and they're hauling the race to a halt. So a little bit of confusion reigns there, and Dan, I'm going to say that's probably testament to how big this weekend really is. Everyone's running on a knife's edge. There's nerves aplenty. Those that can control it, and we saw the 2 guys at the front of the field who are the best at this game in 944 racing at this point in time, stayed where they were. They had the breathing right. Everyone else was on a knife's edge, ready to get going. And I think that's probably testament to the occasion. It is. It's been 3 seasons since we've got to the final round of the championships now, where everyone's just super keen to tick the box and get to our trophy award presentation dinners and get them all done. So bit of nerves there. Great to see the 944s. They've come back under control. I dare say we will grid up again, and we may actually see that this might go to a 7-lapper, but at the moment race control is saying it's an additional formation lap.
Just removing Mitchell from the grass on the inside of the circuit. Good to see all the banners and different grandstands up around the circuit with the MotoGP just a few weeks away. The week after the Bathurst 1000, if you like your motorbikes, come down here and watch the bikes return to to Phillip Island.
So the initial start in this first race for the weekend for the 944s, you'd have to say at best was aborted. And we will get another race start underway. There is a medical car that's been, it's only going slowly down the straight, so it will return to the back of the field. Possibly, certainly the starter is getting, there's a big bit of chat going on between race control and the starter at this point in time. We're getting the flat toe in from the infield to pick up the 46. And we'll see Jamie Mitchell can get picked up because the field is actually coming down to the grid now. So here we go. This is the top, as Dan was just mentioning, the top of Lukey Heights, where if you've never been to a MotoGP, like us, they haven't had one for a couple of years.
No, absolutely.
They have been locked out as well. So be a very, very big weekend for MotoGP coming up here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Of course, what's going to be very big, this is big. I keep saying it, it's probably just me because I'm super excited that we've got 5 rounds done and dusted for this season. What's going to be big is the 2023 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and I think it is all coming down to almost everywhere. It maybe Supercars world is not quite like that, quite there, but I know at Sandown last weekend with the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships, the energy levels were very high in all categories. People are so rapt that we've been able to get out a season of motorsport. Guys like you and I can go to the racetrack and do what we enjoy. And there's our volunteer officials trackside. You can, of course, join them, and we certainly encourage you to do so. I did it for many, many years, right through my childhood with Dad, right around the country. And visit motorsport.org.au. I think /officials will get you there, or you can go to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and pick up one of the clubs, whether it be the Victorian Mini Car Club that is promoting this weekend, or the Sports Sedans, or whether it be the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, PIARC, or any of those car clubs that are available. We're just seeing the field set now. We're not going to start a race with a tow truck midfield unless he's officially qualified in that position on the grid.
No, I can quite comfortably say he has not. So, yes, he will not be starting the race. So we've got to get that tow truck off, and then a couple of cars will have to get into their grid positions for We Go Racing.
Now, I believe that if the starting lights aren't going to work, we will return to the grand old flag, the Australian national flag will be raised, and you are not allowed to move until the starter drops that flag. It's not the bottom of the drop. You've got to watch the top of the flag, and as soon as that moves, you're away.
I think it probably is the start lights, because we saw a really long hold, didn't we, for that first HQ race, the first race of the day. So that wouldn't surprise me if there is a little bit of an issue. I never saw the 5-second board as well. So that's why I was surprised when those two cars initially launched. So we're restarting. It's a full reset. Grid is as it was, apart from Mitchell, who is being towed away. Just looking at the championship standings, you said James Westaway wants to keep car number 1 on the side of his vehicle. He leads the championship by a reasonable margin coming into the last round. It's not done and dusted, but it's a sizable margin that, you know, if he just stays out of trouble, he should be all right come Sunday afternoon. But that man next to him, Cameron Bella, is multiple-time champion, and he'll be looking to...
I don't like the chances of Cameron Bella relying on Jamie Westaway making a mistake.
No.
He's a mistake-free driver.
I agree.
He has to make it happen, and he has to basically get off the line here and jump away. I'm looking at the starter, and I'm kind of glad it's a grey-haired person, because any of you young kids without grey hair probably never seen a race started with a national flag live and in 3D before. It's quite dramatic, actually, because if the starter doesn't have great nerve and the hand starts to get a bit of a wiggle at the top, people will go, because you focus on the top of that flag, and as soon as it moves, you drop the clutch. It's like the lights just going out, bang. It's a sudden and instantaneous start of the race. This is going to be pretty good. I wonder if we've got... Yes, there's the camera shot. We can see where it says Australia at the top left-hand side of the screen. And that is where it is. Oh, we've got officials jumping the fence now too, coming over.
I think we're just trying to get them in their grid positions, because although they're in line, there, as we can see from this back shot, they're over to the left. They were trying to avoid the tow vehicle, so they've just got to slot back in line with the rest of the vehicles, and then we should be good to go. I believe the tow truck will start behind them and just pull straight into the lane, so that shouldn't be an issue. So if those two cars...
well, it certainly didn't qualify, did
it? No.
Maybe, I'm not sure whether the tow truck carries the qualifying position of the car on the back. No, it doesn't. That's just ridiculous, Darren. There's the green flag. Watch up in the top left-hand corner of your screen. That is the starter with his hat on, a blue shirt, 30 seconds. Confirmation, we are now in the hands of the starter. And rustling around, we will see... There it is, the national flag up. And away we go, and that is your traditional race start there, ladies and gentlemen. And the 944s have done a flag start with a national flag, and it is a whopping big flag too. It looks more like one you would have taken along to wave at the Queen as she went by last week. So down into turn 1 we go. It is going to be Jamie Westaway leads the field. There's Brewer in the ABI technology car, the 1800 Lasagna car, our famous... car, the number 77 from Sandown. Got a lot of coverage. Not sure that we got a lot of lasagna out of it, but certainly right there in the field. Dialing in. There's the number 66 Pipecraft car there and filling our screens. And that is Tim Wolf out of WA. He's done pretty good. Had a bit of a torrid time, but certainly coming on good here at Phillip Island. Little pinch of the brakes there on the 31 at Adam Brewer. You don't want to do that this early on the weekend. The very durable Yokohama tyre that they run on these cars, but they won't put up with too much lock-ups.
Brewer's actually in the fight for second with Bella, so he's an outside chance of the title as well. And we see a spin. We see a spin around at Siberia. There's a couple of cars involved. Number 20 and number 44.
So the 20 is Andrew Jackman and 44 is Mark Dino. They started line astern with each other. Poolmaster, one of the series sponsors there. Manny Menezelma being pushed wide there by the charging 23, and that's Vlad Kennedy. Manny Menezelma's been off doing a bit of Porsche Cup car racing, or driving a Cup car in sports cars, and has come back in the EJM number 10. Not looking great under brakes there, just swaying away at the front there. The Kiwi car in front, the 23, charging there, Vlad Kennedy. Come around the top part of the complex here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit Highway at the top of the track. Some people around the top of the venue just pulling over and having a bit of a look at what's going on trackside here. Chris Lewis-Williams going nicely. Richard Howe side by side as they come down the straight with Kalak and Tony Andrzejewski. They sort themselves out for turn one. It'll be Richard Howe that gets through on Andrzejewski. The wily veteran of Victorian motorsport, and 944's doing a brilliant job.
Our West Australian friend Wolf also breezed past Torbitz there as well down the main straight. So he's taken fifth. Those are the two cars at the front of this pack here. The top four have broken away. Westaway, Bella, Lewis-Williams and Brewer have gone. So this is the battle for fifth. As we can see, separated four cars there within 1 second.
Mark Torbett's got a position off the start on the opening stanza of this race on the first lap. He's just surrendered it back again, and Tim Wolf goes back to him. So Torbett started out of 6 and now remains in 6. Here comes Richard Howe, though. The back of the white, yellow and black car, we can see there right to the inside of the corner there is Richard Howe. There he is, number 8. He is looking very fast on these opening laps. He may have a different tyre pressure on board with the Yokohama so that it comes on really strong early in this race, and you'd have to suggest that Jamie Westaway, Cameron Bella, Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer have done exactly the same thing, because they have just absolutely got themselves over 4.5 second gap on this little gaggle of cars, gathering up some momentum as well.
Torbett's having a look back up the inside of Wolf, but to no avail down at MG. They hold station, and there's a battle here side by side with number 77 and 27. That is Andrzejewski and Kellogg in number 77. So those two have both made up positions early on in this one.
Kellogg running a very steep rake on that car. By that I mean the angle of attack between the rear ride height and the front ride height. There is the front wheels disappear right up inside the wheel arches there for Joey Kellogg in the 1-800 Lasagna entry. And it looks good. Just watching now, car 1, the side window looks to be wanting to get out of that car, and it is, I'm pretty sure Jamie Westaway's car is a right-hand drive car. It is, so
it is.
That'll be right next to his face. So one of the interesting things with 944s is that you can have left or right-hand drive, because they were made for world markets. And around here, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, the left-hand drive car has a distinct advantage. 31 goes for the big dive on the 37, and that will be Adam Brewer trying to put Chris Lewis-Williams back one, and looks like he's got him. Chris Lewis-Williams in the Tyre Power Benalla entry, not giving up. Champion of the category in the past. He's taken a couple of seasons off. In fact, he took a couple of seasons off to run the Benalla Auto Club, the Winton Motor Raceway. So he's been entrenched inside motorsport, but hasn't had time to do a whole lot of it. But I tell you what, he hasn't lost any of it. And Adam Brewer is making sure he's calling on every ounce of skill as well. Brewer, little understeer, bit of opposite lock there, heading into Lukey Heights. That's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. The whole thing with the 944, they are beautifully balanced with that 50-50 weight split from front and rear axles. But you need to carry the revs, you need to carry the pace. Having a big understeer and pouring on a bit of opposite lock there as you come up the hill will hurt him. Absolutely, it will hurt him.
It was a great return, wasn't it, for Chris Lewis-Williams at the last round? I mean, came out and in the wet conditions won the feature race, the final race at Sandown a few weeks ago. So he's already got a win in the books despite only taking part in 3 races. He's returned magnificently as we see them roar out the final corner and down pit straight. That's 3 done, 5 laps to go.
So Chris Lewis-Williams really doesn't have a chance to hold his breath here, because Brewer has already returned fire. Have a look at this. Everyone's gone up a spot. We've lost someone out. It's Jamie Westaway.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a timing glitch or he has actually dropped off the circuit.
It is a timing glitch because he's coming out of turn 2 and he's got Cameron Bella closer than ever. So that grabbed our attention, didn't it? The race leader dropping out of the timesheets. There's Nick Cowell, Mark Torbitz, mixing it up there, and we've got Brewer right back up onto Lewis Williams. In fact, he's got the short way around turn 4 and grabbed that spot back. There's Dick Howe, the number 8. The number 74 of Mark Torbert's getting down the inside now. Tony Westaway. And there is Callock as well, coming through the field here. Callock starting out of 12th, now up into 9th place. So the big mover in the 1-800 Lasagna car, doing a tremendous job and getting his way through the field. It's Tony Andreski in behind there. Tony's been doing a very good job right throughout this season, growing with experience and skill. And he's quite happy to sit back and watch some other more experienced racers do it and learn from it, and it's certainly testament to what this class is all about. It's all about learning how to go racing in a Porsche, and it is acknowledged by Porsche themselves that it is a pathway to stardom within the Porsche ranks.
Well, you look at Matt Campbell, you know, it's really that pathway now through, isn't it? It's 944s onto Michelin GT3 Cup, and then further on to Carrera Cup, and then look at Matt Campbell now, factory Penske Porsche driver.
Side by side down the straight, here's the big challenge. Window almost out the side of the number 1 car. The Ausfield Oils entry. Bella now looks to have the pace he needs. We're half race distance, and Cameron Bella is just applying the blowtorch to the back of that car. And in fact, it looks like there's a bit of burn mark on the side of this car of Tony, where Cam's been applying the blowtorch. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the rear bumper's half melted off that car of Jamie Westaway, that it's got the blowtorch being applied by Cameron Bella. You touched on the pathway. Here we go, down the outside by Bella, but Westaway's got him covered. Stay with this and just get a good look at what happens between these two.
This is what we've wanted to see all season. You know, these two have been the front runners in these cars for the last few seasons, and they're just going hammer and tong at it in this one. It's just been a brilliant battle all season. Really, there's just been one retirement, the feature race number 3 in the 3rd round, and that cost Bella a lot of ground in the title. It really would be a titanic title fight had that retirement not happened earlier on in the season.
So Westaway lining up to reach out for another championship trophy. He'd dearly like to leave the number 1 on the side of his car, but Cameron Bella's going to keep fighting. Touch back on that pyramid. There's a couple of really famous names. Richard Muscat and Kane Rose came out of this category. Richard Muscat, of course, now a international GT racer at large, wherever it may be that they need the tried and true hands of Richard Muscat. Of course, the Bathurst 1000 starter, drove the Erebus GT team, all those sorts of things. And Kane Rose, of course, won the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge. Very proudly, Victorian took on some massive comers from McElrea and from Sonic, and did it with their own little team out of Moorabbin, out of the roadworthy centre in Moorabbin, and did a tremendous job. And we haven't seen too much of Kane after that. I think he spent the crown jewels on getting that championship, and has had to pretty much spend the last few years getting back on top of things here. But we see Mark Torberts look to the inside. Mark Torberts would dearly like to emulate the likes of Richard Muscat and Kane Rose and Matt Campbell. He's works very, very hard for the 944 category in the background, and does a tremendous job too, Mark Torberts.
You see just a couple of laps to go now. We're reaching the closing stages out front. Westaway's just chipped away a little bit. It's now nearly a second, that margin, as we see Hal go very defensive into MG. He's fighting off another Westaway. That's Anthony Westaway in position number 7.
So just touching, Dan, just quickly on those points. 372 points to Jamie Westaway, 338 to Cam Bella, 333 to Adam Brewer. Then we jump back. 4th in the championship is Richard Howe, and he's currently 6th in this race. So the veteran right inside there. Mark Torbert's 5th, Tony Westaway, Andrew Jackman, Mark Fedino, Tony Andreski, who's running in 9th place there, Keith Mariner, Chris Lewis-Williams off the back of only one round. He's just outside the top 10 championship-wise. Tim Wolf, Josh Brisbane, Lyndon Watson, Vlad Kennedy, Jack Atley, who we're hoping we get joined up here tomorrow with Jack in the commentary booth. Was seriously entertaining at Sandown at the last round.
Certainly
Jack,
was.
and has now been dubbed the James Hunt of Victorian motorsport. But Jack bowed out of the championship before Sandown, and will probably finish around about that 16th in the championship hunt. Carter Fox, Michael Westaway, Andy Tudor, Andrew Jones, who we believe is on the repair and is considering options around building a new car after a rollover at Sandown. Joey Kellogg, Jim Mitchell, John Venor, Manny Zelma and Peter Dowdy round out the championship points for this season.
You mentioned Hal before, the veteran, the long-time campaigner. He's just been chipping away, hasn't he, this year? Mr. Consistent, sits fourth in the championship. He's coming under pressure, though, at the moment from Westaway. So that's the fight for position number 6 at this point in time. They're just about a second back from the West Australian in car number 66, Wolf.
So Tim Wolf started out of P5 in his holding P5. Richard Howe started out of 8 and he's up to 6. Mark Torbett started out of 6 and it's dropped back to 8. There's the number 74 there. So he's got a bit of work to do to try and fight back where he started. Joey Kellogg in the 1-800 Lasagna car. And interesting to see Mark Torbett if he jumps out of the car and gets on the internet and has a bit of a look at how Geelong are doing in the football today, because he's the sales manager down at Geelong Volvo and will be really enjoying his time at the wheel of the Porsche. And the 74 looking to the inside line there, lock up there, and that will hurt the Andrevsky car, I think that was, that locked up behind Mark Torbett's. Oh, the 77 under brakes there, Joey Kellogg, what a catch. Yeah, Speedway style.
Great save. He should join the Australian cricket team with a catch like that. That was fantastic into MG. As we begin the final lap of the race, a 2.1 second lead now out front for Jamie Westaway.
We still have a cricket team, do we?
I believe so.
I believe so. Here we go. This is back in down, looking at Andy Tudor, who is being led by Kennedy Mariner and Matty Menezalma. So that's 12, 13, 14, 15 on the road as our leaders are now on their final lap. This is the battle pack fighting it out for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th essentially in this race. There's the number 3 right there. That's Tony Westaway or Anthony Westaway, and the 77 there of Joey Kellogg, and they are all chasing for victory. The 66 comes storming on through, or is it 64?
The West Aussie 66,
yes,
here we go, and Howe's up the inside of him. Not quite, the door was firmly closed before they got to the braking zone, so a very legal manoeuvre that one, so no issues there as they exit Honda for the final time. Side by side, that's Westaway and Kellogg. Kellogg going to try the crisscross, get a good exit out the corner on the run up to the Hayshed. It's been a great battle all race long with these guys, these 5 cars from 5th back to about 10th position. It's been really good, quality, close racing.
Geez, I tell you what, you wouldn't be surprised if just quietly Jamie Westaway is cheering himself onto the line to get this race done and dusted, go into the rest overnight with a car that he knows can win races. He can win races. The checkered flag is now out and being waved, and the will be presented to Jamie Westaway. Absolutely wrapped he's got there, and I would suggest that race win will now give him an unassailable lead in the championship. It's going to be very close. It's 372 to 338. That is the gap between Westaway and Cameron Bella. Brewer gets to the line next.
It's not quite enough. He needs a 70-point advantage heading into the final 2 races, so not quite enough, but it gives him a good position for tomorrow's race to seal it first thing tomorrow.
It gives you some confidence to know you've got a race-winning car under you, that's for sure. Get a good night's sleep. Adam Brewer ultimately home in P4. Chris Lewis-Williams, you'd have to say the best of the rest, and he's proven it at the last round, and he's done it again here today. So Brewer to Tim Wolf. Richard Howe in the number 8 gets home in position 6. Tony Westaway to Mark Torberts in the number 74. 77 of Joey Kellogg. That's a great result for Joey, getting the 1-800 Lasagna car through. Tony Andrevsky for the 27, and Tony, I think, improving actually his own lap times there. So just getting a quick look at 1:52.0. I think that's his best time. So great conditions for the 944s, and without too much further ado, as you can see, the 944s coming across the line. We see the Saloon cars making their presence felt out on track now as well. So let's move to the Saloon car grid.
So off pole we have Sean Jamieson from Daniel Johnson on the front row of the grid. So Holden and Ford, just the way we like to see it in saloon cars. We're just going to throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the first saloon cars race just after this.
Harris driving this weekend and do a fair bit of stuff behind the scenes for saloon cars. Tell us a bit about what makes the category so good, and I guess what your plan is for the weekend.
Okay. What makes the category good is it's a good budget class, really. When you look at a saloon car, they're fairly basic. We've got a controlled rule book. Most of the parts you can get down at your Repcos or your local wrecking yard, to be honest. There's nothing fancy. Good budget class racing. We've got the late model cars, which are the VTAUs. We've also got the EA VNs, which we've got here this weekend. We've also got our own championship for the early model cars, which is a good thing. But yeah, so my goal for the weekend is obviously finish. We've come off a pretty busy schedule. We were at Tailem Bend last weekend. Both my cars, my son races in the AU. We've come off of that, and then obviously this weekend, and this is the end of our championship. So it's looking like we're very close, young Ashley and myself in the championship in the VNEA. So it's going to come down to the wire, guys. Yeah, look, there's been some awesome racing this year. It's been fantastic. To be honest, I'm a Holden guy, but I've got a bit of a support of the old AUs. I've got one AU and a VT in this car, but I think young Jacob, if he can keep his cool, I'm sure that he could take to Sean. But then again, you don't know. There's some we've got Kevin Stoopman's just come into the category in an AU Falcon, which I wish him all the best, and we'll see how he goes. But it'll be interesting, yeah, in the VTAUs, but in the VNEAs, it's like I said, it's going to come down to the wire in points. I'd also like to thank the our sponsors for the year. Without these guys, we can't go racing. We've had drive events for this weekend. We've had Aussie Pulls for the Pensioners Cup. We've also had Excalibur Screw Bolts. He was fantastic in coming on board. We've had Build Group. We've had Phillip Island Cottages, Spray Foam Solutions. But no, a big thank you to all them guys. And if anyone is interested in jumping on board with sponsorship next year, we've got rounds open. So, yeah, just get in contact with myself and we'll talk and, yeah, see what we can do. Thanks, guys.
So we got cars coming around to the grid now in the saloon cars on the front row of the grid. It will be Sean Jamieson and Daniel Johnson, the traditional Holden versus Ford, and Daniel Johnson has been doing a ripping job. Sean Jamieson, there is a massive story leading into this weekend with his old mate Mark Sudsy Sutherland out of South Australia, and we've got plenty of competitors joining us from interstate this weekend. Scott Dornan, James Jeske, Sean Jamieson, David Lyons, and Vince Chiarello and Rick Gill making the trip over from WA. The second row of the grid will see Jacob Prestopino to Adam Lowndes. Kevin Stoopman in the number 2, no stranger to Phillip Island in a saloon car, HQ, you name it, he's done it. Angels Leoncini looking for a big weekend. Mark Sutherland is the one we're going to talk about. Got a lone engine from the car sitting on pole position on board there. Luke O'Callaghan, David Lyons, Blake Harris, Andrew McSwain, Nash, Harris, Vincenzo Chiarello, Glenn Campbell, Cooper Capelli, Jamie Jetski, Brett Tate, Matthew Yeager, Jeffy Thomas, Ash Lee and Robert Knight. And we go, the flag is up and down, and away we go racing. And there's a bit of a bog down in the middle of the field. Unfortunately, that's Lyons, the number 24 car. Had a massive round at Winton. And just watching the Brett Tate getting gazumped there, as does our old mate Jeff Thomas, who was on the third last row of the grid, and he'll be the last car into turn 1. So that's not what we wanted to see from part-time commentator, full-time race driver Jeff Thomas, as Jamieson leads the field. Daniel Johnson getting away nicely as well, stays with him and goes with him. That's the important thing to do with Jamo, is not let him get away. There goes the 25 of Cooper Capelli with Lyons right alongside there, and the number 5 of Harris in there. Peter Tonks, not Harris. Peter Tonks in the number 5 there. The field streams down. Have a look at how serious Daniel Johnson is. He's got the absolute high beams blazing, trying to burn the retinas out of Sean Jamieson as they go down under brakes. Kevin Stoopman has started very, very nicely indeed, and as has Mark Sutherland, trying to push the number 9 back into contention in this title hunt. Around the outside, the number 2 there is someone slowing right down. Prestipino. Sorry, Dan.
No, I was going to say Prestipino was so good here, wasn't he? Earlier this year, he was really quick. Or is it Prestipino? Yes, it is, number 99, Prestipino. Yeah, what a shame. He was so quick here earlier in the year, and we got a car in the fence. It's the Green-Eyed Monster, the tribute livery to Craig Lowndes, and the FPR days of the Naughties, the famous green-eyed headlights. It's Tate in the wall backwards. That looks like out of Siberia to me, and it's so muddy off on the grass there, he'll struggle to get that back on.
Yeah, that's going to be bogged up to its eyeballs, that one. The green eyeballs in this instance. So that's going to be interesting to see. It's on driver's left, exiting Siberia. So if one car can get in there, theoretically another would, but it's a pretty interesting spot to be in here. And what is interesting out of lap 1 is a 2.1 second lead to Sean Jamieson. Daniel Johnson coming under extreme pressure by the 19. Is that Lowndes? Yes, it is. Lowndes came out of the next row of the grid. They're getting pretty willing with it there. The 19 Pro Plum car, Adam Lowndes, and was on board last weekend at Sandown, doing a great job there as well. And just watching this battle. This is actually real championship sort of stuff that we're watching out in front right now. So Saloon cars, Sean Jamieson leads the way. Angels Leoncini, who's just buried a little bit back down into position number 4 at the moment over Daniel Johnson. Daniel Johnson, then Mark Sutherland, Nash Harris and Adam Lowndes on 207. So Lowndes has found some pace here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You throw in the interlooper and a guy that likes to win races no matter what category he is in with Kevin Stoopman, and can do it. Absolutely skilled racer, dancing on the pedals, fingertips on the steering wheel. In fact, it's probably more like a big fist, the steering wheel for Kevin Stoopman as he grabs a hold of it.
You're just saying about the championship. If Sean Jamieson wins this race, he will be the 2022 Victorian State Saloon Car Champion.
I'll tell you what, there's enough of them trying to throw themselves at him to try and stop that as well, as Nash looks down the inside in the 45. Beautifully prepared car. We had a bit of a look at it over his shoulder in that pre-race interview. The number 12 coming on through there as well with Vince Chiarella, and doing a nice job there as well. Here's our race leader. Wow. 2 laps in. Let's have a look at that official. There's going to be a change for P2, or is there? 4.3 seconds, so over 2 laps. 2.1 seconds faster than anyone else. A 150.0. No one else has gone any faster than a 152, so Jamo has got that Commodore hooked up.
And so has Lowndes around the outside of Johnson into turn number 1. Means he has the inside for turn number 2, and he takes that position. Good move, good race in between the two. There's racing room given. That's what we like to see in saloon cars. Good Ford versus Holden battle, and it's the Holden that prevails. Position number 2 for Lowndes.
I've never seen Daniel Johnson do anything but give racing room. He is an absolute gentleman racer. Don't take kindness as a weakness, because he will absolutely be all over you if you do the wrong thing by him. But certainly Daniel Johnson, a very, very fair racer. And if we had a best and fairest in motorsport, his name would feature in the podium positions each and every season. So Daniel Johnson driving away. Sorry, at the moment it'll be Lowndes driving away from Daniel Johnson. And you have to think that Johnson now has to give himself a bit of attention to the rear vision mirror, because Angels Leoncini, currently second in this title hunt, is starting to push pretty hard and wants to make iterations for the lead of this race.
No wins this year for Leoncini, but just consistency, chipping away, always in and around the podium positions, and that's why he sits in second coming into this final round. The only man now who can stop Sean Jamieson from winning the title here this afternoon.
And has been, as you mentioned, Dan, has been really consistent in getting there. But when you're racing against some people that are doing a good job of it in the drive events, saloon cars here this weekend and right throughout the season, Angels Leoncini coming into this race, 368 points to Sean Jamieson, 286 to Angels Leoncini, and 246 to Daniel Johnson. Mark Sutherland, 216. So it's those three that are now fighting out for the 2 steps on the podium throughout this weekend.
Yes, it is indeed, as we see a good battle further back down the field. 45, that's Harris on the back of Ciela, and that's a nice liveried machine with the yellow wheels. As we see them roll around the southern loop and out towards Stoner Corner. Aptly named, several corners named after motorcycle legends here at Phillip Island, as you'd expect, being the home of MotoGP in Australia. But good battles up and down the field. We've seen this saloon car field grow almost round upon round. I wouldn't even say year upon year. It really has been round upon round, and we've got over 20 cars in this race. It's really good to see good, healthy Ford versus Holden battle.
This is car number 9. We're just having a look here. This is the story that started to evolve at the last round at Sandown, where Mark Sutherland did an engine in his car. The guy that's currently leading this race made an offer of a spare engine. There was some chit-chat on their way back home to South Australia in the ensuing week or so, and this has now got a lone engine in it for Mark Sutherland out of one of Jamo's cars. And it was interestingly enough that Sean Jamieson came here at Phillip Island and bought his Falcon at the last round. Didn't run the Commodore, so it is saloon cars. It's not you must have your Falcon and run only that, or you must have your Ford and run only that as well. As we've got Big Spinner down at turn 9. It's the number 12 car, and has stopped in a position that is definitely vulnerable. But I would suggest spinning it up nicely. Keeps it underway, so no need for more than just some local yellows there. And we get back underway. No need for safety cars or anything like that out there. So the race continues. And have a look at this now. This is back at the front of the field, not ultimately at the front, because that car has done a dash of 8.2 seconds in 4 laps out in front of this field. The number 19 is heading out after him, the Lowndes car. There's Daniel Johnson in the 35, and weighing in on the back of this is the number 3. The number 3, you would have to suggest Dan McCarthy really does have to get the impotence in this race to keep it alive.
Yes, and he was just having a look at Johnson there into Honda hairpin, so he's certainly trying everything to keep the title fight alive, as we see McSwain in the nice red Falcon head around Honda hairpin. 2 well-presented cars, those two. It's funny to see a Commodore in blue and a Falcon in red. It's backwards.
It's almost like life's just gone crazy, hasn't it? It's kind of taken on a different form right there. And interestingly enough, the car we're looking at there, the number 34, is the Drive Events Proprietary Limited car, and they're sponsoring this round. So we're hoping that the weight of numbers can start to scoop up the number 34 of Andrew McSwain and get him back up through the field, get him right into the top 5 or 6 of this one, because at the moment running right on the bubble there in the top 10 and doing a great job. It's fantastic that Drive Events Proprietary Limited have put their name to this weekend's racing, because it is going to be exciting. And we've still got 2 more races. We've got this race to complete, 2 more races for the saloon cars tomorrow, and we will see the saloon cars on track at this race is of course their first race. Then we'll see them again at 9:40, and then again tomorrow at 1:40 for their race as well. So looking forward to seeing how that goes. This is down the back of the pack here. This is the tail end Charlies of the world. It's 28 of Rob Knight, who started out at position number 23 and is currently in 18th. And then we've got Jaski, and that is the just trying to look. James Jaski started out of 18th and has sort of held that station. And then Jeff Thomas, who started pretty much out of the position he's currently in, out of 21, and is operating in 20. Here's the front of the field. This is where it's at. 6 of 8 laps done. 2.5 laps. Just looking where they are at Siberia there. Gee, look at those clouds off the background. I hadn't seen them. And get our eyes up a little bit. That's not really where the weather's coming from, but we don't like to see those big billowing grey clouds, do we?
On the freeway on the way here, I was driving down and just a 2-minute shower, but it was really heavy, and that's enough to wet the track. And then I had one as well coming onto the island. So there are showers about. If you get one of these isolated showers, they are heavy enough, or the rain is heavy enough to wet the circuit. So We'll see if that stays away for the rest of the day, but isolated showers will come and go throughout the weekend, of that I'm certain.
Jeff Thomas goes out over the back of the ripple strip there. Keeps it on the hard stand off the back of the ripple strip there, though, but he's using all of the track trying to stay a hold of the car, and they climb their way out of Siberia. V6 versus straight 6. 3.8 litres versus 4 litres. And they come around a hay shed now. And this is a great battle. It's been something we've been enthralled in right throughout the season. It's with Matty Jager. Goes side by side with Jeff Thomas, Commodore and Falcon. And the 22 prevails there over the 91 of James Jaski out of South Australia. Great to have these interstate competitors here this weekend with Scott Dornan, James Jeske, Sean Jamison, David Lyons, and Vinny Ciella and Rick Gill coming from Western Australia. We thank you so much for coming and joining our Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and joining in with the saloon cars.
O'Callaghan got it all crossed up coming out of Southern Loop, and this is the closest McSwain's been. It forces O'Callaghan to defend. McSwain late on the brakes. You can see the nose jump forwards down to the ground under brakes, and he's sideways on the exit of Honda. He's really trying, giving it everything with just a lap and a half to go. Looking up the inside into Siberia, it's not really an overtaking opportunity. You've got to have a bit of racing room given, a bit of space given to allow you to do that. Cooperation from your opponent, as we see up through Hayshed and up towards Lukey Heights.
I do like the way that Andrew McSwain, don't like that. That's a big understeer. You don't want to do that.
He's not going to get that back on. He's touring the gravel.
What I was going to say is I do like the fact that that's still got its rego plates on it, so can be driven home. Oh, Kevin Stoopman is going to pull out as well in the Spray Tech car. Take no further parts. So it's all happening at the top of the mountain there at Lukey Heights. Of course, Len Lukey, the owner of the circuit for many, many, many years, and kept it alive on a smell of an oily rag there for a while, and then ultimately its closure for a number of years before Bob Barnard breathed a beautiful breath of fresh air with the Victorian government into it, and now this magnificent property under Lynn Fox control, and we thank them ever so much. It's a magnificent world-class facility as our saloon cars are on their final lap. There's Sean Jamison and Daylight, and here comes Adam Lowndes. Daniel Johnson has managed to keep that gap to Angels Lancini as the Falcon, the Soul Falcon, sitting there in the top three. There's Sutherland doing a tremendous job with that lone engine. The number 9 in position 6 got Scott Dornan just in front, and Dornan, the South Australian, doing a tremendous job holding off his fellow South Australian. And this is some amazing action. This is for position in this race. Right, it's actually just off position in this one. It's Dornan in there, Andrews Lancini and Mark Sutherland.
As we see Jamison go around the penultimate turn, or we can see it from the commentary boxes, we see Sutherland having a look into MG, but to no avail. He's going to try and get the exit out the final turn, I'd have thought. Slingshot by, but up front we see Jamison come across the line to take the 2022 saloon car title. I'm calling it now, although he does have to go through scrutineering. I'm gonna call it. He has taken the title.
Well, you're out on your own, mate. I'll wait until we get the official results. It's certainly taken the victory in race 1 for the weekend. The first of the 8 lappers. Nothing like hanging out your fellow commentator to drive there. Got to learn at some stage there, Dan, that it's not over till it's over, really. No, I got to say, great congratulations to Sean Jamison. He's done a fantastic season. He's used the goodness of the Holden, he's used the goodness of the Ford, and he's managed to get this win in race number 1 as well. He'd be pretty happy with that. The win over Adam Lowndes, Daniel Johnson home there, and the Team Johnson yellow and black Falcon doing a wonderful job. Angels Lancini has got it all in front now to try and just hang on to that second spot in the championship for the saloon cars. Does have a good lead over Daniel Johnson, but Daniel Johnson's just amassed himself 26 points. Really, it's only 2 more on what Angels Lancini is, so we won't lose that spot in the championship just yet. So Dornan, Mark Sutherland, a great tribute there to the guy that actually won the race, and the engine issue and swap and borrow and loan and all that's gone on underneath as well. To Gill, Callahan, Harris, McSwain and Harris, and here comes the guys right down the back of the field, and that was a line side by side by Jeske and Jeff Thomas there, racing for 17th and 18th. Kevin Stoopman and Prestopino getting a DNF in this particular race. And the last card of the line is the 73, and that's Ashley Lee. And there we have the official results. Jamison, Lowndes, Johnson, Lancini, Dornan round out our 5, to Sutherland, Gill, Callahan, Harris and McSwain round out the 10. We have got Formula V's on track next. They're all lined up in the pit lane. We'll take a short break and be back with Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy for Formula V's.
Scaffold limits your pan.
Biggest problem is that it's not our scaffold. Otherwise, I'd stick it on.
Yeah, well, it's the same. I mean, I've done it in the past.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. As Darren Smith said a little bit earlier, it is a hot track, one after the other. It's such a packed program here this weekend, 11 categories in total, plus the very special regularity trial that scheduled to run at the end of each day. They've got to get them out, get them done, and get them back in. And the next category out of the blocks will be Formula V. My name is Steve DeVries, and opposite me is Dan McCarthy. And this race this afternoon is brought to you by Revolution Race Gear, who have come on as a sponsor, not only just for this round, but also for the upcoming Formula V National Challenge, which is taking place in about 3 weeks' time. And as this field continues to go around the opening couple of corners, actually just noticing we have got one car just straggling just at the back of the field. Here it comes through the first turn, and looking like that might be Phil Gardner in the BC that's just toddled off the back of the field here. He was actually due to start out of position number 20, so he'd had a fairly decent qualifying. Unfortunately for him, he's got to play some catch-up now, Dan McCarthy.
No, not the start to the race weekend you want, but at least it's early. He's got time to recover from it, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed indeed. So a couple of things to keep note of for this weekend. Yes, it is a very large Formula V field. It's actually 28 cars in total taking to the track. It was meant to be 29. Unfortunately, the Kelly Egan Sabre has gone home with a lunched engine after practice yesterday, so down to 28. There is a bit of a combined grid this weekend because there's a few 1200 class cars and a few that have come from interstate. And on top of that, it is a Formula V Australian Series round as a result of the unfortunate demise of Wakefield Park, which I'm sure a number of you are quite aware of what's happened up there in the country area of New South Wales. It's quite a disappointment, actually, with what's gone on. The Benalla Auto Club have done a fantastic job with that facility for a many number of years, and the Australian Series was moved to Phillip Island in lieu of not being able to go to Wakefield Park. Also, just notice another car coming back into the pits is the number 16 machine of Claudia Lennox, which has just exited at turn number 4. So not a great start to a few drivers down the back of the field. Let's have a look at how this grid lines up for race number 1. Shock pole position. This is the one that sort of upset the apple cart a little bit. Isaac Woodhouse, the first-year rookie out of the JRD stable in the sign print number 12 Sabre 02, will be on pole position, and just ahead of the seasoned veteran in the Australian Series, Daniel Reynolds. There was about 0.07 of a second margin between the two of them. So that one really threw a few people for 6 when they saw the results come out this morning. Then behind them, the two men battling for third place overall in the Victorian State Race Series standings, Adam Nicholson and Andre Curran. They are actually tied on points coming into this round at 214 points apiece. And they're on row 2. Then you've got Jake Rowe and Nick Jones. They're on the third row of the grid. And then the two men that are fighting at the pointy end of the field. Just 11 points between them. Reef McCarthy and Heath Collinson. The advantage going to Collinson by 11 points for the moment. It's not the closest title fight in the State Series this year. It's the second closest title fight.
But the fact they're off the fourth row makes it very interesting, because this race is important. You've got to be methodical. You've got to make your way forwards, but you can't get tangled with anybody.
You certainly can't. There's 30 points on offer for the winner of this race, and it goes down in multiples of 2 after that. So you can do the math and work out what happens at the end of this race. We'll be doing it after the fact. Oh, big stall for Isaac Woodhouse. Couldn't get it out of first gear and into second, and the pole position has gone horribly wrong for him. He's sinking like a stone. He's back to about 7th or 8th place already. He's been absolutely swamped on the run to turn 1. Reynolds got the whole shot through. He goes. There goes Andre Curran, and looks like Jake Rose had a fairly good start as well from the third row of the grid. He's gotten between Adam Nicholson and Andre Curran, and that's important, as we were talking about before. Making your way forward, getting some points on the board, but you've got to be with the opponents that you're trying to fight in the State Series standings.
Yeah, off the line, Collinson made a good initial launch, but then bogged down, so McCarthy was able to take the run into turn number 1, although we see Collinson up the inside here of number 96. It's a risky move, but he's executed that perfectly.
He executed that brilliantly. They were nearly 3 wide going into turn 4 there. He gets that move done. He actually moves not only ahead of Nick Jones, but ahead of... did he get ahead of Nicholson? No, he didn't. He couldn't quite manage to hang on to it. McCarthy has, though. He's now picked off Adam Nicholson in the number 95 Stinger for Acura Motorsport, setting his sights on the back of the JRD racer in Andre Curran. A bit further back in the field, have a look at this. You've got Rob Vile making some good progress on Darren Power, and then Samuk Rudrapatna in there as well. All the times in qualifying were exceptionally close, so as well as a number of drivers being out of position, this should be an entertaining 8-lap race. And when you've got locked wheels coming down MG like that, or down Lukey Heights into MG rather, from Isaac Woodhouse, he's just getting a little bit sort of tentative. I think he just wants to get back to where he was originally starting from, but it's just not been the best lap one for him right now.
Yeah, you're right. And again, you don't want to lose your head. You just want to methodically get back up there. Clearly, he had the pace. He qualified right at the front, so he's got the pace to get back up there. You said V's really close, and this is why. The slipstream down the pit straight here at Phillip Island in these cars is quite something.
It's the most powerful place and most brilliant illustration of just how powerful the slipstream can be. You can come out of turn number 12 and you can be alongside your opponent halfway down the main straight and slingshot into turn 1, but then you've got to be very careful throughout the remainder of the race, because we've said so many times, Formula V racing is like a game of chess. You don't want to show your hand too early, but you don't want to be the first man out of the last corner on the last lap. More often than not, you don't want to be. I can say that because I've seen it happen where people have managed to hold on to it, but more often than not, you don't want to be the first man out on the last lap at the last corner.
Absolutely. As we see, McCarthy's looking at second already. He's several positions ahead of Collinson, who's actually losing a place. Is that Nicholson up the inside?
It is. Nicholson taking that position back, and a few drivers just ahead of McCarthy. Looks like it was Rowe and Reynolds who are duking it out for first and second now, both having a little bit of a moment going down into turn number 4, and that's Darren Power in the 44. And that, to me, very briefly looked like it might have been at turn 2.
Yeah, Southern Loop for sure, off in the gravel out there, so a move's got to be made quickly for the lead, because I think there's going to be a safety car call, because that's certainly in a vulnerable position. Although in recent times we have seen the marshals be very good and have just double waved yellows.
Yeah, it depends how far offline it is. We can see there's a safety car moving into position in the lane, so very possibly going to go to a yellow flag. Collison very untidy over the back of turn 10, and there we go. Yellow flags are out. Safety car on the circuit field, neutralised very quickly.
I'm not sure, a couple of them, I'm not sure, saw it straight away, but fortunately no contact. We saw in the Speed Series last week there's some contact under safety car conditions, or sorry, the Supercars event at Sandown under safety car conditions. There's contact in the Super 2 race, but fortunately everybody noticed in time. So we line up in formation behind the safety car. It should be a quick recovery of car number 44 down at the Southern Loop.
Speak of recovery, there goes the recovery vehicle, the 4x4, just leaving the lane behind this field. So with a bit of luck, it should only be a lap, at worst possibly 2 laps. They'll just attach the tow rope to the rollover hoop, pull that car backwards, and hopefully that's all it will require. Then hopefully a bit of luck to be able to move back to the pits under its own steam. Won't have to be flat towed in. So that was certainly a bit of an entertaining start to the race. I think McCarthy's eyes would have lit up like dinner plates, or they would have been the size of dinner plates going into turn 4 a little bit earlier as well. When Rowe and the man ahead of him, Daniel Reynolds, were both sort of having a bit of an awkward moment, pinching some brakes and locking up, and he would have been sort of, oh, here we go, potentially for the lead here, but no, very quickly neutralised.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was vital that Rowe made that move just before the safety car was called. Hearing reports that there was oil down at turn 2, car number 46, Phillip, if that is correct.
Yeah, and Phillip looks like there's may have laid a little bit of oil down there, and I can just sort of see now he's actually done 2 laps, and I'm not sure if there it is there. Oh, there we go, on the replay, perfect. So, yeah, something not quite right with the Avanti going through turn 2 there, and that possibly is what has caught out Darren Powell. And not only that, if he's not in the pits already, I dare say the officials will be saying, it's time to come in and get that rectified.
The concerning thing there for me was the fact he's on the racing line throughout Southern Loop there, so turn 2 may be quite hazardous on the restart. We might see some cement dust laid down before we go back to green flag, so it may take a little longer to clean up than we initially thought.
Yes, hopefully not the case. Hopefully it's only just a little bit, but I mean, the majority of the field seemed to get through okay. And lap would have had to have been laid down on lap 1 as well, because lap 2 is where the damage has been done for Darren Power. The former car owner, I think Russell Saunders, is watching on from, I think he's up in Queensland nowadays, or wherever he's moved to. So g'day to Russell, also g'day to a few of the Formula V drivers that unfortunately haven't been able to make it for this weekend. We were doing the math before, and we were thinking that if all the drivers that have cars in their sheds at the moment managed to get them out, we'd be up to somewhere around 35 cars for the weekend, which is almost unheard of when you think about Formula V racing nowadays. The State Series does a fairly handy job, and the club does a fairly handy job of keeping the grid strong. Formula V was in the doldrums for quite a number of years, sort of about 10 years or so ago, and the field numbers and the strength has gone up and up and up over recent times, and the standard of racing's gone up and up and up as well.
Absolutely, it has, as you say. It's been some really good racing, particularly. All the circuits in Victoria really lend themselves to good racing, don't they? And Phillip Island is no exception to that rule. We'll just run you through the field as they come past the camera. So we've got our leader, Jake Rowe from Reynolds. McCarthy, second in the championship. He's made great progress. He's up to position number 3 after starting 8th on the grid. Curran is in 4th position from Woodhouse, Nicholson in 6th, and our championship leader Heath Collinson in 7th. So if it stays the way it is, his championship margin will be almost halved, I'd have thought, heading into tomorrow. So it's a small lead. Only those two can win it, Collinson and McCarthy. 11 points between them. So, yeah, that would be halved if it stays the way it is at the moment.
Doing the math in my head right now, McCarthy would be taking away 26 points from this race, and then if you work down the order, it would be Collinson taking home 18 for this. So there's 8 points they're out of an 11-point margin.
Yep.
So it would be down to 3 points. So it would be more than halved. It would almost be 3/4 of it would be gone.
Yeah.
And you're right. They're the only two that can actually make the state championship title their own. And they're both former champions in their own right. Both won it on multiple occasions. So they're looking to add to their already big trophy cabinet for state series victories.
It's been announced in the last week, Reef McCarthy, former Super 3 driver. We're seeing that Image Racing have opened him up the opportunity to step into Super 2 car at Bathurst. So he's going to make his Super 2 debut at Bathurst. Big place to do it.
Very big place to do it, but if you saw from when he did his Super 3 running last year, definitely no stranger, and actually took a class win in Super 3 at that Bathurst sprint round I think it was in February in 2021. On top of that as well, he's going to be stepping into Jalen Rowbotham's VF Commodore as well. So the car that we've seen with the Shred-X branding on it, we've seen the Rare Spares branding on it. I believe, from what I've been told, it's actually going to have some Bushwhacker outdoor adventure gear branding on it for the Bathurst round. That's the word on the wire that we're looking at. Don't know if it's going to carry the same number, though. That's the issue of question. Rowbotham, we know, has been, I think, 999 for quite some time, and I think McCarthy's very keen to take his normal number 61 over onto the Commodore. So we're looking forward to seeing that in a couple of weeks' time. Just 2 weeks away.
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenally how quickly that's come around, as we've got word the safety car will be in this lap. So that will leave a 4-lap dash to settle race 1 of Formula V this afternoon, with thanks to Revolution Race Gear. Those guys from Revolution Race Gear, they've actually been a mainstay in the paddock for a number of years as well. Every time I walk into Sandown or wherever the case may be, there's the Revolution Race Gear truck with all the bits and all the go faster bits and, you know, suits and boots and all those sorts of things in there as well. So it's great to have them aboard. I'm sure a number of the V drivers have got something from the team at Revolution Race Gear at some point or another. And whatever they've got from there, they're now going to have to put that to use. Actually, it's been shortened. We're just seeing on there it's been shortened to 7 laps. So just the 1 lap shaved off. We've, of course, got a whole gaggle of categories to fit into the program this weekend as they line up coming out of the final turn. There we are. There's the commentary box. G'day to everybody watching at home. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We've got the best seat in the house. You can see them all. Just coming around the back of the shot here. We're just pointing it out with our finger. You can see them all. There they are, coming onto the front straightaway here as we get set for a restart with 3 laps to go. Green flag at the checkered at the start-finish line.
There's a car smoking. He's pulled out of line a little bit, so I'm not sure who that is. It's a maroon-coloured car. 86, I believe it was, and we are underway once again. 3 laps sprint to the finish.
Here we go. Daniel Reynolds and Jake Rowe getting it on like Donkey Kong into turn number 1. Reynolds right around the outside. That's the way you do it. Judge the restart to perfection. Takes the Sabre 02 up into position number 1. It's Sabres 1, 2, 3 and 4 and 5 at the moment. Collinson's actually had a good restart there. He's picked up 2 spots.
That's what he would have wanted, but he would not like to see McCarthy, who's looking at the lead. So although he's made progress, his title rival is as well. McCarthy sweeps to the inside around Stoner Corner. That'll give him the outside for Honda. In fact, he's up the inside into Honda, as we go 3 wide.
3 wide for a very brief moment. McCarthy decided discretion was the better part of valour there. No point sending a Hail Mary up the inside at turn 4 with such a short distance to go. No risk, and therefore no punishment on the other side of it. Has a bit of a look coming out of Siberia. That's a bit of an interesting line there. Took a slightly narrower approach to Siberia. That draws him alongside Reynolds. Can he stay there for Lukey Heights? Going to be a challenge. Adam Nicholson's buying into this as well. Curran's lost a couple of spots in this in the boat sales entry car a bit further back to number 12.
Nicholson up the inside.
He's got him.
Got it.
Good job. Very, very smart pass. Very, very adept pass down the inside there. That's going to leave McCarthy vulnerable to the Collinson Black Angus machine, the number 31 down the inside here at the last turn. McCarthy's just lost a little bit of momentum just in the last couple of corners, but this is where he should be able to claw some of that back. Slipstream will help him stay alongside his title rival in Collinson.
Actually got a good run, as we see. 4 wide.
4
Look
wide.
at that.
Sabres as wide as the eye can see, and as in the middle of them all is Adam Nicholson. Can he defend heading down the hill here into turn one? Is he going to be hung out to dry? No. Holds it on right around the outside. Brave move under the circumstances and under the pressure that is being exerted on him by the seasoned veterans behind in McCarthy and Collinson. And then you've got the pole sit-up in Woodhouse, who's now managed to get ahead of Andre Kieran again as well. So Kieran's not had a good restart to this. His chief title rival in third place is several positions ahead.
Yeah, changed from the restart, as you say, as we see Nicholson now up the inside for position number 2. He's been flying since this restart, so he's up the inside for position number 2, but he's not going to do it. In fact, he's got a bad run out of the corner now, and I think, is that McCarthy all of a sudden? I think it is McCarthy. So he's got past his title rival Collinson, and it's now McCarthy up to position number 3, Collinson number 4, and Nicholson down to position number 5.
Well, it's not over yet. Still a lap and a half to go, and as we said before, the game of chess now starts. When do you want to make your move? When do you want to decide, I want to have a turn at either being the leader or being at the head of the pack? This is an angry pack, isn't it? It stretches all the way down to 10th place. The top two are just trying to make a break for it at the moment. And then you've got McCarthy all the way back to Ash Clifford and Star Res entry from 3rd right through to 10th in this frame.
Such a momentum series, isn't it? Last lap, it was McCarthy on the back foot. Now it's his title rival Collinson on the back foot.
Who else is in this pack at the moment? You've got Brandon Taylor in the Gippy powder coating, number 29, who's just sitting in here behind the 32 of Kieran. And Malachi Windsor, that's one of the Acura Motorsport cars out of business, and that's up at Lukey Heights, between Lukey Heights and MG, so he'll get out of that one. Last lap, make it count for the Formula V field. Reynolds still leads, Rowe still second, and then McCarthy and Nicholson having an exchange there into turn one. Looks like Collinson may have lost a little bit of momentum coming out of the final corner.
He has. The front 4 have broken away. Collinson will want to close that back down in the middle sector to have a go at slipstreaming and taking a couple of positions at the line. If he doesn't do that, he'll be vulnerable to losing positions as they come onto the main straight, as we see all the leaders come into Honda hairpin.
There was a defensive line there for Reynolds on the early part through turn 3, moved it over well before turn 4, and then moved it back to the line. Just a little bit of a discouragement tactic just to head off a potential pass down the inside at what is one of the more well-known passing spots on this circuit. No changes for position in the first half a lap so far. Everybody just settling in and waiting for the opportunity.
See them come up and over the round Hayshed and up over Lukey Heights for the final time. This is the biggest gap I think Reynolds has had. The question is it going to be big enough by the time they get to the line?
That is the $64,000 question. If you're a fan of watching Millionaire Hot Seat, that's the one that usually gets you over the line, or used to get you over the line. It was the free question after you basically got the 32 grand. Now they call that the $64,000 question. Reynolds has got a little bit of a margin. I think he may just have enough in the tank here. I'm not quite sold, but he's got a little bit of a handy margin coming onto the front straight. Checkered flag is at the ready. It's going to be Reynolds to get it. Is McCarthy going to get second here over Rowe? No, not quite. And Collinson was in a 3-way fight across the stripe for 4th. I think he got it.
He did.
He got it. He got 4th place.
The margin, 1/100th of a second, and then Kieran in position 6th, just 4 thousandths behind Nicholson. Incredible.
Massive pack. They were literally wheel to wheel, side by side across the line. It was a matter of millimetres as to who was going to take 4th place in that one. So Rowe just manages to keep McCarthy at bay for 2nd, and then Collinson at the last sort of gasp manages to get himself up to 4th. So that for Collinson means it's only a 2-point loss in the championship standings. So the margin comes down to 9. Well, it just means it all goes on to tomorrow.
If he was 2/100ths of a second slower, it would be 4 points even. Yeah,
it would have been another further 4 points on top of that. If he was another 600 slower, he would have lost 2 more spots. He would have been behind Nicholson and Kieran. But importantly, Nicholson and Kieran, again, we've mentioned they were fighting for 3rd place overall. They've finished line astern, so at the moment it goes to Adam Nicholson for the honours at the moment. 2 extra points.
what that says to me is Formula V action tomorrow is going to be mega. Got to tune in.
It absolutely is. It is going to be mega. While the Formula V's exit at turn 4, we're going to take a short break, and improved production is coming up next.
Adam Nicholson, tied for third for the Formula V Championship. What's the plan this weekend?
Keep improving, leave everything out on the track. Battle hard, battle fair. Aim is for top 3, breakthrough podium.
On a track like this, is this something that you find yourself generally better at, or no?
Not really. I prefer Winton. Winton's probably my main comfortable track. I love Phillip Island though, like just fast sweeping corners, slipstreaming each other, like just slipstream category Formula V. So it's pretty fun going 4 wide down the main straight. The track conditions were very grippy actually. There's a lot of cloud cover, so the track's pretty cool. Not much wind, which is very rare around here. I felt really comfortable. Beat my PB straight up in practice 1. Which I'm pretty stoked with, so yeah.
So this is your first year in Formula V. How are you finding the category so far?
Oh, I love it. Nothing but good things to say about it. Just such a good community. Everyone's fair, everyone's willing to help out. Couldn't ask for a better introduction to car racing. I'd just like to thank Lucas and the whole Akura Motorsport team for giving me the opportunity to race cars. Without them giving me the opportunity, wouldn't be able to do it. And my partner, Kelly Egan, another Formula V driver, for always supporting me.
Great. Well, good luck this weekend, and hopefully you can get that breakout podium.
And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, he hasn't quite got the breakout podium there, Adam Nicholson, but what he has got is a very firm, or not quite a firm grip, but he's got a very good shot of third place overall on the podium for the Victorian State Race Series. With thanks to Prestige Hino and Yokohama, we're rolling out the improved production field. So opposite myself, Steve DeVries, is the club president, David Cox. Dave, it's a smaller than usual field this weekend, and I think a couple of them have already gone home as well, which is a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, it is a little bit disappointing. Rob Braun, who qualified third, has unfortunately broken an engine and thought he'd better go home. But we have 6 or 7 competitors who would normally be here and started a long trek up to Queensland for the Nationals, the improved production Yokohama Nationals next weekend at Morgan Park. A fantastic tyre sponsor that the category's had for many, many years. I think it's just over 20 years, I think, is the sponsorship with the Yokohama tyres, AO32s and AO48s, AO50s, which are far ahead of any other tyre they've had in a long, long time. So, we can't thank Yokohama enough for producing the sensational tyres we have. And today there's a real good chance that a long-standing lap record may actually fall.
There's a very good chance. We've been discussing this one off-air that I think it came very close to falling at the last time we were here back in May at the hands of the pole sitter Adam Poole. But I think he was either held up by some traffic or he made a little bit of a mistake, and unfortunately that was enough for it to go the wrong way for him. But he was on pace to beat that lap record, which has been held by Ray Hislop since November 2016, which is the last time that the improved production nationals were held here.
They come up to the line. Adams pulling up their number on pole position with Jared Tonks. Luke Reg Gumbo will be in 4th position. Rob Braun is obviously not there. Cade Lehman did a PB this morning in qualifying a 145 alongside Danny Timewell.
So here we go. As they come to the line as well, there's a 27-point gap between the top 2 in the championship, which are the top 2 on the front row. It is in favour of the Commodore of Jared Tonks on the right-hand side of your screen there. That's by virtue of Adam Poole missing the Winton round a little bit earlier in the year. We're just going to have a very brief hold here, I think, for a moment. They are still trying to recover one of the Formula Vs, which is the one, the 88 of Malachi Windsor, from Lukey Heights and MG.
So that'll give us a little bit more time to run through a couple of the guys.
It will.
Some of our new competitors that have come out and to have a run. And we've got, where's our under 2 that go? Oh, here we go.
They've recovered that pretty quickly, actually. They didn't quite get there. We will get to them, though. Lights
and
out.
Paul has got a lot of wheel spin, and Jared gets a great start. Danny Timewell sideways going off the line. What a great start from Jared Tonks, who leads them down into turn 1.
Well, the question will be for how long, because we know the number 1 Monaro is very quick in a straight line around here. There's the man who sits third, not only in the club championship, but in the state championship as well, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. And the 2 men behind, duking it out for position in the championship as well, Lehman and Danny Timewell, starting on the same row as each other. And already locking horns in combat.
David Bone and then Richard Opie, and it looks like Paul Billerman has just gone up the inside there. Now first under 2 litre car is Paul
Giavots, yes it is.
And he's just coming up behind Richard as we speak into Honda.
Down behind Richard Opie, and he's got the number 31 Peugeot, Callum Jensen, for company as well. That Peugeot's been going very, very nicely, apart from a couple of dramas at the last event centre. Richard Opie had a very slow run off of turn 4. Actually, both the under 2 litre cars of Javots and Jensen got past him, and that doesn't sound healthy.
I think it sounds like it's missing badly.
Yeah, either missing badly or that's not great. And the Milton Motorsport guys normally do a fantastic job with Richard's car as well, so that'll probably be a bit of a head scratch.
And here we go down, and Pool's gone underneath Tonks, and he's made that stick.
Wasting no time, gets it done at mooted passing spot here at Phillip Island MG, and the question will be, can he clear away from the number 91 Commodore? We've seen the speed that this car's had several times at this circuit in the past. The last time ever since the first time he was here at Island Magic back in 2020.
And that is motoring down the straight, that thing.
Yeah, it is gone. I wouldn't say it's quite yet it's gone, but probably not too far away from being gone. David Bowen, the Datsun, the number 7. Datsun's moved up a spot. Everybody, of course, has moved up a spot or two from the unfortunate departure of Rob Braun in the BMW. It's not the only BMW that's gone missing this weekend. Wayne Twist actually was a tie rod end or something happened yesterday in practice. And he'd had that in the car for 10 years.
Broke the engine yesterday for the 10 years, it's gone.
Of course, he's got the E46 running gear in that car as well. So you've got a spare motor, but of course it's all about getting that done. Oh, big lock up from Tonks as well. Big mistake under pressure going into turn 4.
And Luke and Cade and Danny Timewell just there or thereabouts. They're just hanging there to see what goes on up ahead. But, David Bones also just a little bit off the back of them, but it's starting to string out a little bit. And Paul Javos has a big lock up going into onto there.
Yeah, right front lock up. Callum Jensen staying with him every step of the way. They're just behind Paul Vorman in the EA Falcon. He's having a bit of a breakout, sort of a meeting here, Vorman. It's not his best lap times that he did in qualifying, but definitely up the pointy end of the field from his standards, being the lead, I guess, of the EA Falcon drivers. There's 4 of them here this week, and I was even amazed. I went in the paddock, there's 4 of them. There's another one.
Yeah.
This green-eyed monster, as Stewie did, another one of the green-eyed monster tributes. A little bit different looking car compared to the one we saw in the saloon cars a little bit earlier in the piece.
And we also do have another new member. Andrew O'Connell's having his first run for the season with us this year. I hope Andrew has a really great run as well.
Now, I'm led to believe that car that he's in is actually the car that was campaigned by Marco Timperio before he switched over, of course, to the BF Falcon earlier this year.
And Adam started to stretch away a little bit now, and there's a couple of seconds between him and Tonks, and Luke's just hanging on there, just seeing what goes on.
He needs a little bit of help, I think, this weekend, Luke.
I think a little bit of rain might really help Luke there.
We saw his wet weather prowess at Sandown. We know he can definitely get it on, and of course, Cade Lehman doesn't mind the wet either.
He doesn't mind the wet. He's got web feet, that boy.
For being a Bendigo native, I would have thought, well, he wouldn't have webbed feet because usually that's reserved for people that are a bit closer to the beach.
Have you seen the amount of rain they've had in Bendigo the last few weeks?
We have.
It's like a
it sucks it down. Well, here we go. As Stuart Dutton's actually trying to fend off the advances of Peter McLean here, who's doing a fairly handy job in the BRZ. That's a car that we saw debut here 2 rounds ago. It's, of course, the former Steve Zorkis under 2 litre car before he switched to the Honda Civic. Doing a fairly handy job there as Pete McLean.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job.
And then a bit further down the back, you've got Brad Ross in his EA Falcon, mixing up with a couple of the XLs. And, of course, we've got 3 of the Suzuki Swifts here
16th,
this weekend.
17th and 18th, all nose to tail running around.
There they are. So you've got Shane Smith and Malcolm Smith. That is a father-son battle going on. Then you've got Michael Hopp in the FZ Suzuki Swift as well. Of course, the Suzuki Swifts that are out here this weekend are actually... their logbooks are running here. Oh, as Ross has gone off, he's locked up there as well. Just run a little bit wide. Can he get it back on? Can he get to the grass?
He's got to the grass, so hopefully he doesn't get bogged.
Yeah,
It's very, very wet out there.
There has been a little bit of overnight rain, I think, as well, coming down the highway. There was definitely some damp patches on the way down.
And Richard Opie's come into the pits as well.
Yeah, he has.
That's right. He's made it back to the pits after slowing down, going through the hay shed.
These guys have been the revelation for me, how good the XLs have been this year as well. Of course, cross-entered into improved production. Actual fact, in the club championship at the moment, Michael Sinclair's sitting second overall. But again, needs a little bit of help to make sure he can keep second in the club championship. But right now mixing it up with the number 355 there of Malcolm Smith.
And it was a real shame that Kimmy in the
Golf R,
the Volkswagen, that had an ECU error and wouldn't let the poor little thing start, so she's had to put on the trailer and go home again. So she's not having a real good run with the
she's not
Volkswagen.
had any luck this year in that car.
Absolutely none. As the XL and the Suzuki get rather close.
So there's
side
Michael
by
Hopp
side.
in the number 255. As I was about to say before, the Suzuki Swifts that are here actually fit into the production car rigs as well. You quite often see Michael Hopp wheeling these cars out for the Bathurst 6 Hour in their particular class, which is, I think, it's Class D from memory. We've also seen a number of IP drivers end up running in the 6 Hour. I think Cade Lehman's one that's running the 6 Hour. Won his class, I think, 2 years ago.
First attempt at the 6 Hour, and they put him in a Class C car, and he put it on Class C pole, and then won the Class C.
Tonks has started to come back to Luke Gretsch-Cumbo a little bit here.
Yeah, and Cade's only a second or so behind them as well. It's starting to come back to each other a little bit, and Danny Timewell's just a little bit off the pace there at the moment. But the Tonks, Luke and Lehman are all doing high 45s at low 46s, so they're all there or thereabouts, and then Danny's just a couple of seconds back.
Yeah, and Paul's dropped back into the 44s now. I think he's sort of done the damage now and just sort of maintaining that gap and bringing it home. Doesn't need to do anything silly, just needs to make sure the car gets home. As we continue to watch Michael Hopp sort of give chase to the other Suzuki Swift that's just a little bit further ahead. That's Shane Smith actually in that one just ahead. And here comes the race leader. So he's actually not too far off lapping those under 2 litre cars in this race. Still got 3.5 laps to go. Jeez, he's went up to them pretty quickly, hasn't he?
He certainly has.
I don't think the superlatives we can offer up do a lot of justice for how good this car and this driver combination are. They've been sort of, as I said in the club interviews a little while ago, sort of been the irresistible force for the last 2 years. He's come in with a bang, and everybody's struggled to sort of match his pace. The only person who sort of really got close at the last round was Jared Tonks when he actually got his first race win in improved production, and actually got the round win as well in a very closely fought challenge. We actually had 3 race wins with 3 different race winners over that weekend as well. But at the moment, I'm wondering whether Jared's just either managing the car or managing an issue at the moment. I don't know.
But
quite
Luke
answer.
seems to be catching him hand over fist at the moment.
He is.
So it's going to be very interesting for the last couple of laps. Luke might be looking after his tyres a little bit just to have a little sneaky go near the end there. But it's a real shame that Rob Braun's not out there, because I reckon he would have been right in amongst this lot.
Brawny would have been with Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. I can almost guarantee it. The margins in qualifying were about 0.4 of a second to Braun's favour over the GC Electrical number 25 Senator. And he would have been right up there. And this has always been a circuit where Rob Braun's gone very well.
Absolutely.
Car sort of loves it.
Car loves it, and he loves it. And he was really, when I was speaking to him earlier, he was absolutely gutted that he had to take the car home. He said, I could probably go out, but it'll probably go bang. And it's a very rare engine to get these days. So he thought, no, put it on the trailer, do the right thing, and go home and play another day.
And he's hoping it's just a gasket or something very, very small that's causing the drama. He hasn't quite done the engine, but it's losing oil pressure and water temp and those sorts of things as well. So he just doesn't want to risk it. You don't want to go out there and have it develop into something more serious, and then you're up for more bucks.
Looked like Cade had a big understeer there, going through turn 2.
As the leaders are now starting to pick their way through the lap traffic.
That seems to have helped Jared. He's got through the lap traffic rather well there, and I think it might have just held Luke up just ever so slightly.
Some great situational awareness by the Smiths here as well, moving out of the way and letting the lap traffic through. Just taking the high line through Siberia, offering the apex up and saying, well, it's yours, go for it. And Luke accepts that one pretty thankfully. and still gives chase to Jared Tonks. But you're right. I think wondering if whether that's just played a little bit of an advantage for Jared Tonks there as they picking their way through traffic. Although it's not been very kind to him at the moment. He's sort of caught them at a little bit of an awkward spot coming down the hill into turns 10 and 11.
It certainly has. And it's Scotch Link in his first outing in the VH Commodore that's got a 6-litre 4-speed in it. He's broken into the top 10, and I think he might have just about done his quickest lap time too as a 1:55.0. So
yeah, it was a 57.
It's really great to see another car out there.
It was a 57, I think, in qualifying earlier today as well. So he's definitely improved upon that one, just feeling his way into the circuit.
It's the best way to do it. Don't extend yourself too much. There's nothing worse than going into the wall here. I know from experience that you don't want to go into any of the walls here. They're not very forgiving.
No, definitely not. And, Sandown's worse, which we have seen a few times before. But you're right. We don't want to go into any of the walls here and cause a bit of a delay to any of the further proceedings. It is, of course, a very packed schedule as it is already. And even look, I think maybe you're right that with Adam Poole sort of maybe backing it off a little bit here, didn't run it all the way out to the curb. I think he's just protecting those Yokohama AO50s under it and just keeping it on the blacktop. So he even didn't go all the way out to the ripple strip there. So he's not in any sort of a push mode at the moment. He's in a conserve mode. Just wants to bring it home.
He's got a little bit of a lead, so he doesn't need to push the car. He can just roll around, and if he needs to, with a lap or so to go, then he can put the boot back into it if he really needs to. But save the engine for tomorrow, save the championship. No point breaking it in race one.
That's right. Well, we're getting some reports that there's a little bit of rain starting to come in, and it's coming in from the pit straight side and turn 12 at the moment. It's just starting to hit the commentary box window. Probably not going to be disruptive enough for this race. There's a lap and a little bit to go. Race leader's coming around the final corner now. There he is, Adam Poole, around the last two turns. Looks a little bit worse down there at turn 1 than from what we're seeing. Now we can see some spray. So it's actually coming around. It's sort of like circling a little bit. Turn 1's where it's starting to hit. Is there anything that the blue flags are out for all the drivers as well? Because I know the race leader's coming. I don't think it's going to be enough to upset the apple cart for the moment. Poole's got enough of a margin, but it's just
really
enough.
Depends on how heavy it is down at turn 1. And so we all know Luke loves the water, and so does Cade, but a little bit too far back. But it may actually help Luke catch up a little bit, but we'll see what happens.
Well, it wanted a rain dance. They were doing them out in the pit paddock, but unfortunately it hasn't materialised early enough for them to really make a meaningful impact. All it's done is just make it a little bit tricky.
A little bit of a sheen on the track, so it does look like it might be starting to get a little bit slippery.
Yeah, it's starting to come down heavier now. So this is going to affect the further races that are coming on after this. I think the next one's the BMW E30, so they're also on the Yokohama AO50 tyre as well. So
fantastic tyre in the wet.
In the wet, they're a very handy tyre, but I think a lot of them are probably in the pit paddock. Actually, they're in the lane right now. I think a lot of them are wondering, what on earth have we done here? We've gone out with dry pressures. We can't get out and make any adjustments. So
too late now. They're just going to have to live with it.
They're going to have to live with it.
Cade's had a bit of a lock-up going into turn 4 by the look of it. It's got very, very taily going out of turn 4.
Well, speaking of taily, Poole's going to have to just be very careful picking his way through this traffic so he doesn't get taily himself. You can see it there on the camera lens.
It's coming down quite heavily.
It's coming down. And this is one of these cells that's sort of just developed out of nowhere at the moment. I had a look on the BOM about 20 minutes ago. There was hardly anything around. So it's just sort of developed in the last few minutes or so. But it'll be Poole. Number 1, the TRP ductwork V2 Monaro will come out and take race 1 here for this afternoon. Pole to flag, victory, gets the job done. And he gets it done by a comfortable margin. Some 16 to 17 seconds in arrears comes the number 91 rod and gun machine of Jared Tonks. So he'll be happy, he'll put those points in the bag. That'll still be enough to keep him atop the standings in the Victorian State Race Series. And then Luke Gretschkumbo home for 3rd. So Holden's 1, 2 and 3 and make that 4 with Lehman rounding the final bend now. He actually put quite a margin on Danny Timewell at the end of that.
He certainly has. Danny might not quite have the car set up for the greasy wet conditions, and maybe it just wasn't quite to his liking.
There were some changes going on with that car in between qualifying and the race. Perhaps they have gone the wrong direction on those changes. And he's going to come to the line. Wipers furiously going. for fifth
and
place.
Here we go. We've got an XL and a Suzuki coming nose to tail, and it looks like the XL of Scott Appleton has actually got ahead of the Smith car.
He has done very, very well there. Matt Lestrange brings the BMW E30 home as well, and a couple of cars still to finish. Paul Javots is, I'm not sure if he's got a managing an issue or something, but he's fallen behind Callum Jensen coming out of the last couple of turns. Jensen's going to get the under 2 litre honours for race 1 this afternoon, so that's a bit of a surprise.
And here comes Bone down in the inside, and may have just got him on the line.
I think so. Yes, just.
Must be by a couple of 1,000ths of a second, I would think.
It is. So Dave Bone, just got home by 0.012 of a second there, so he must have had a very tardy sort of a last lap, because
turbo car, a little bit of grease, probably a bit of sliding.
Yeah, probably in the last 2 laps, I would have said. So he gets home there.
And Paul Javots is not a big fan of the rain down here. So
no, we know he's not.
And
that's the man Scott Schlink, who you were talking about a little bit earlier. So he actually gets home with position number 9.
Top 10 for his first race. I think he'll be very, very happy.
I think he will. Well, the BMW E30s are going to be released. We're going to take a very quick break here with a commentary changeover, and it will be Donovan Mollenhagen and Darren Smith to resume the commentary and what's hopefully not going to be too much of a wet track for much longer.
No worries at all. Anyway, everyone have a great afternoon. Stay safe. Stay on the black stuff. The green stuff slippery and wet and boggy. Have a great day. Cheers.
Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to the grand final of Victorian motor racing here at Phillip Island this weekend. Don't know why I said that. Who cares? Really,
final that matters, really, isn't it?
Round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we are well and truly entrenched into this afternoon's racing. We're up to event number 6, the BMW E30 is brought to us by Liquimolly, and the field is making its way onto the grid now. And Darren Smith joined with Donovan Mollenhagen from BMW E30s, and here is how the grid will line up. We can do a rolling
start with that lineup. Look at it.
It is. Look like do a rolling start. Okay, let's get through this grid. Jeremy Payne will be on pole position in the 143 next to Alex Jory in the 22. Brian Burke and Jesse Bryan off row number 2. Simon Schiff to Ash Rogers in the 3rd row. 4th row is Jess Bell in the number 30, up next to the 51 of Simon Leach. Jeff Bowles in the 24, the number 19 of Carter Ryan, rounding out our 10. And then we go to Paul Schiff, Shannon Cooper, Tristan Blofeld, Rory Plant, Roderick Martin, Darryl O'Neill and Elwyn Lim. We've got a great field of E30s and we are about to get underway. We believe the lights are working at the start line again. 5 seconds goes up. Let's see the red lights go on. There they are, and we are about to jump. And away we go, and it is going to be Jory, as always. He gets away beautifully on the line there. The 30 of Jess Bell gets away nicely, as does the 54 of Schiff as well. Out of position number 11, Paul Schiff got away very, very nicely indeed. This is what we want to see, the front shot down at turn 1. The 22 and the 143 right alongside each other into turn 2. I don't like Jeremy Payne's chances. He's going to be sent the longest way round, and that is certainly what Alex Jory will do in the orange car.
Alex, a little sideways action there through turn 1. Hard on it. Good to see some nice close racing, but no contact.
I think this is going to be what we're about to see for the rest of this race, is these two driving right out in front of the BMW Liqui field here this weekend.
Jeremy
under
on the
brakes.
white line there.
Beautiful run, but overshoots the ultimate corner. I tell you what, who's waiting is the number 27 right there, just poised, is Brian Burke, watching these two protagonists out front tee off on each other. We're not even half a lap in, and they've had 3 swaps for the lead already.
That was some great work there by both competitors. Nice and close. Jeremy right down literally on the white line. Alex giving him just enough space, which is all he needs to give him, and almost doing the over/under on Jeremy as Jeremy overruns the corner a little bit. And you're right, Brian is tucked in there, waiting for his opportunity to make it a threesome.
I tell you what, we're looking for Jeff Bowles at the moment. Jeff started out of down the mid part of the field. In fact, started out of 9th place. We're watching for Jeff because Alex Jory, who is out in front of this race, in fact, no, he's not. He's dropped back another spot to...
a little moment there.
Yeah,
at,
he has
MG,
too.
I think.
So he's gone back a spot, but we're looking for Bowles, and Bowles is second in the championship to Alex Jory. 2:59, a very good commanding lead for the car there. The orange car third on the road with Jesse Bryan trying to keep up there. Jesse not flowing the car quite as well onto the straight that time. He certainly had the ascension there as Rory was going, Alex was going further backwards there, but he's managed to gather it all up and he's held Jesse Bryant at bay there. But certainly watching for Jeff Bowles and to see where he can come, because he's sitting second in the championship. Brian Burke is next. He's currently sitting in P2 in number 27. So with this being the last round, these guys are really having to push hard. Simon Schiff was only 2 points further back. Then we go back to a distant Jesse Bryant. Then it's Rory Plant. He's only 4 points behind Jesse Bryant. Ash Rogers in there as well. And we start to drop out of the point scorers in the 200s there. So we're really, I guess, wanting to see Jeff Bowles start to move his way through the field in the number 24 so that he can, I guess, remain in contention for that top spot. But if Alex can get his way back to the front of this race, that will do his championship contention for tomorrow a great deal of good.
Indeed it will. And we hopefully we can look for Rory Plant coming through the pack today, because he had some issues in qualifying. His main kill switch was turning the car off, which wasn't helping his lap times very much. So he started out of position in this race one. So hopefully we can see him start to push his way forward for the second and third race tomorrow.
So looking good out of qualifying today. Out of qualifying today was a good run for these guys, and we saw the best lap time by Jeremy Payne, 1:53.65, and from the standing start at 2:03. So they're not too far off, 10 seconds off of the standing start. Alex Jory is got the 1:54. So this morning Jeremy Payne was the only one that got into the 1:53s.
All right, so it looks like we've got Brian. Alex has come around the outside there of Brian through one, so Alex is on the march back to try and catch up to Jeremy and take back that first position. With Brian coming through there and second coming through Southern Loop. And we've got Jesse followed by Ashley Rogers and Simon Schiff. They were a bit closer to the last lap, but looks like Ashley has stolen some ground there on Simon.
There's Ashley Rogers there in the number 50 car, just disappearing behind Jesse Bryant. in the white multicoloured extravaganza car. And then we go back to the rainbow car, number 51 of Simon Leach, getting short back and sides there by Jeff Bowles. There's the Northern BMW car starting to, I guess, has the sword out of the scabbard now, and he's starting to
he looks
wave
like
at
he's
it.
going to take a bit of an excursion there, almost off into the gravel, but no, regathers it.
That's a line you only take if you're taking evasive action for someone else getting it wrong, not yourself.
Yep, Simon was holding his line quite firm there through Siberia.
So that's a shame. That's halted Jeff Bowles' push back towards the top end of this field. Let's see if the Northern BMW driver can gather it all back up again and start to push back to the front of the field. Jess Bell ranging in the mirrors of the number 24 there, the sbm-shop.au outfit. She comes across Lukey Heights, back down through the gearbox, and then the climb out of turn 9, around turn 10, and the long triple apexing left-hander that was called Belinda's Terrace all those years ago. Now, very unemotionally referred to as turn 11 and turn 12 here. And away we go, onto the straight. Lap number 3 underway now. Jeremy Payne over Alex Jory, Brian Burke, Jess Bryan, Ashley Rogers, Simon Schiff, Simon Leach, Jeff Bowles, Jess Bell, Carter, Simon Schiff, rounding out our top 12, waiting for Rory Plant, gets to the line there in the number 7. Here's this concerted battle here with these two, the 50 and the 55.
Simon making up some good ground there on Ashley through Southern Loop, now coming down through turn 3 into Honda. So we could end up with a bit of a braking duel here. We'll see whether or not Simon wants to try and pop it up the inside. No, he's discretion better part of valor there. But he's very close now. We could see a bit of a braking duel into MG perhaps.
Good thing about this is these two drivers started right next to each other in the race and they've just stuck with it. We'll lock up there on the left front of the 55 there, Simon Schiff. Simon
clearly trying very hard there into Siberia.
I reckon they've got their sights on Jesse Bryan. He's only managing a 154.7. Simon Schiff at the moment a 154.8. So if they can start to work together with an 8-lap journey, there's still 5 laps remaining in this one, so if they could just sort of take the focus off their battle and keep their eyes up and try and chase down the number 4 car, I reckon they'll find their way there within about a lap and a half or so, and then they can battle it out over the last remaining laps in the race.
We saw Simon Leach coming over into MG there in the back of the shot. Good to see Simon back on the grid. He's missed a couple of rounds this year, but it's really great to see him back, and saw him in the paddock earlier and having a bit of chat about how much he's missed being here. So it's a great feeling right throughout the grid here with the E30s, as I'm sure it is with a lot of the categories here this weekend.
Here we are looking back just down the back of the field. That's Darryl O'Neill, Victorian, and currently in 16th place. In front of him now is Lim and Blofelder. Tristan Blofelder, another Victorian. And we're just looking at the number 90 there, which is Shannon Cooper.
Good little pack forming there at the back of the grid. This is Darryl's first year running the 2.5. He was running the smaller 4-cylinder engine, the 318i engine last year. So great to see him up into the bigger engine and getting a bit of a run down the front straight there. Maybe going to take a couple of them if he hangs it out, but I think perhaps only one might be achievable this time.
Holds onto the inside line there in the 57, takes the short way round, least amount of real estate covered, and makes the move actually.
Here he goes, an outside move
spot
through Southern. No, thought better of that.
For the 90, Shannon Cooper just getting a bit of a run down the inside by the 57 there, so Darryl O'Neill doing a nice job. Cooper fighting back now. I think this was the car Matt Thulis drove at the last round, didn't he?
Indeed, and it's really good to see. We've got battles going on up and down the full grid in this category. It doesn't really matter where you look. We've got some fast guys up the front, a couple of packs in the midfield, and then a good battle here going on towards the tail of the field, and everybody's having a blast, and really that's what it's about, really.
Good to see Shannon Cooper hanging on to the back of the 57 there now with Darryl O'Neill. And chasing Lim in the 21, Alwyn Lim. driving very nicely indeed. Very traditional BMW colourings up the side of that car there, motorsport colourings.
No, certainly not going to miss Darrell's car, and in the paddock you don't miss Darrell's big smile either. He's always got a smile on his face, having a blast in this category. He's been with us for 2 or 3 years now, and you never see him without a smile on his face.
So these BMWs, the category itself celebrating 21 years of existence, came back into its fore, well, really in its own competition-wise in 2001, and has stayed true to its ability to provide low-cost motorsport. Now, everything, the initial capital outlay on anything is never cheap.
No.
But certainly this category does everything it possibly can to
Except
keep the running costs
down. If my wife's listening, it was cheap.
It's very cheap at your end of the world, that's for sure. Definitely, I will sell that for you right through to the field. But it's all relative, isn't it? It's like anything. It depends on how much you want to win. Then if you want to win, you're going to end up spending more on tyres and a couple of more extra days, maybe at a test day here and there to get your head and your mind on the job, all those sorts of things. But it's never cheap. It's not like going and buying a litre of milk and a loaf of bread and having lunch, is it?
It's cheaper than a speeding ticket, though, if you get them regularly.
Absolutely.
So it's a great place to express that need for speed out on the racetrack where it's safer to do so. So we're obviously a big proponent of driving safe on the road and have fun and get your speed need on the racetrack. But you're right. It's a relatively cheap form of motorsport. You're looking at around the $18,000 to $20,000 to get into a mid-pack race car in this category, and then driver improvement is what it's about.
The two main one-make categories we have in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is the BMW E30s and the Porsche 944s, and there's a reason for that, because both those cars from their factories that they came from respectively are great cars.
Yes.
Both renowned for their weight balance split between the front and rear axles, which is, once you've got that 50-50 split on your race car, it's a great platform to build upon. And that's what we find with, let's call them gentleman races, amateur races, that if you can get the balance of the car 80% there, and then every individual driver or team or whatever they do to prepare the car, it's what makes up that other 20%. So it's 80% a really good car anyway.
Yep.
You put on a good set of Yokohama AO50s and away you go.
Absolutely, and you improve yourself. And like, look at this, Simon and Ashley, I don't think they've been separated by more than a car length for the whole race, as you mentioned. Well, that's the third time I think we've seen them swap position in a lap and a half. So, as I said before, that's what's great about this category. There's racing up and down the grid, and the more that you race with somebody, the better that you get. So, just being out on the track doing laps and laps and laps by yourself, it's okay, but when you see that sort of racing, it just makes you want to get in a car and go racing.
I tell you what, from an ex-race car driver like myself and an unemployable race car driver like yourself, both of us sitting here smiling watching this, aren't we? It's like, gee, I wish I wasn't talking into a microphone and I was giggling away inside my helmet right now.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, I might be able to get back on the grid in December for our last round, which unfortunately isn't part of the Vic State Series, but it's an opportunity to get in a race car, and if you get that, don't say no.
Here's the question we ask: can the number 24 Jeff Bowles fight his way back through the field? Currently still in 8th place. He's got Leach just in front and Rogers, but at the moment he's fighting with the charging 30 Jess Bell. She has found some great speed.
He's not letting him
right
go.
onto the back of Jeff. Not letting him concentrate on what's going on in front.
I think she's got a run out of 12 there on Jeff, and might be looking to put it up the inside into one.
Well, she's chosen to get out of the slipstream very early there, so she feels as though she's got the run on it. Might not have worked for her because she's jumped out of the slipstream so early. She's got the inside. It's not going to be enough.
No.
It's not going to be enough. Hangs on to fight another day, so she positions the car on a wide entry into Southern Loop, and that will give her the late apex and good flow of speed out of the corner. Jeff's gone the opposite. He's gone the early entry and flow it out of the corner, so it'll be interesting to see who's got the terminal velocity through turn number 3. In fact, they're being joined while they're battling it out. Carter and Paul Schiff are looking to join in on the battle here, so they're pretty much racing with each other, and what they're doing by doing that is that they're kind of holding each other up. And have a look at these two. They weren't that close half a lap
Jeff
ago.
has locked a brake and let Jess through out of Honda. So all that great effort in holding Jess out has come to naught, unfortunately. But Jeff's not going to give up, and I no doubt think that he will try and be back on to the tail of Jess before they come back into one again. So big shame there. And here we've got
143 doing a great job out in front. Checkered flag is at the ready for Jeff Payne.
And he's
Jeremy Payne.
And
gets the W. Nice run there. Beats Alex Jory. That is a ripper result there. Absolutely fantastic.
Look at this pack coming through now. Looks like Jesse's going to just hold Ashley out, who will just hold out Simon Schiff. Could have chucked a blanket over those guys then.
Here's the big interest for me anyway as to what Jeff Bowles in the 24 can bring points-wise to hang on to his, I'm going to say, second spot in the championship, because Alex Jory has got a commanding lead. There it is across the line, and Jess Bell obviously got the manoeuvre, so it's to ninth, only adding 14 points, and that really affects Jeff Bowles' run to the title, because Alex Jory's added 28, Brian Burke's added 26, so it starts to really get quite confusing at the top of the points table for the garagistic BMW Liqui E30 Championship. So
looks like
there they are.
Looks like we lost a couple towards the end of that race, actually. I think
we have Shannon Cooper slowly around turn 12, very slowly.
Yeah, and Darrell's already in the pit lane, so not sure what happened there. We'll find out, and I'll give you an update when we start race 2 tomorrow.
Certainly, early. Race 2 for the BMWs will be at 10:40 for the BMWs. Up next on track after this will be the Formula Fords. We'll see you in a few moments.
Richard Davison narrowly leading the championship so far going into the last round. It's going to be a close one. What's the plan for the weekend?
Hopefully qualify on pole and win all 3 races. That's the plan. Now, whether Brendan Jones lets me do that's another matter, of course, and I doubt that he will. But, it's been a great tussle for the first 4 rounds, and, he's the champion over the last 6 or 7 years of the State Series, so I'm just here living the dream. No visions of grandeur, but, it's always great to get your name on a trophy.
So this car's got a bit of a history to it. You mind telling us a bit about, its, history?
Yeah, well, I'll give you the short story because it's quite a long story. So 1997, Garth Tander won the Australian Formula Ford Championship in it. I purchased it from Brett Lupton, who owned the car. He ran Garth Tander back in that year. I purchased it from them as it crossed the finishing line at Oran Park in 1997 when he won the championship. Didn't let it out of my sight. Not that I don't trust people in motorsport, I just don't trust people in motorsport. So I took delivery of it at Oran Park. Gary Rogers gave it a lift back to Melbourne for us, and Gary Dumbrell from Wins, who had started to help us a little bit in go-karts, became involved with the car. He actually bought half of the car because I didn't have the money to do it back then, and he became a major supporter of Alex's during his 97 and 98 Formula Ford years. Then Will Davison ran the car in the 2000 State Series and dominated the 2000 State Series. So I'm trying to emulate what Will did in 2000, 22 years later, and about 100 years older, but that's all right. And then my nephew James Davison did the State Series, I think it was in 04, before he went off to America. It's then sat on blocks for the next 15 years. Went back to Sonic, which was the race team that I started with Michael Ritter back in the late 90s. Michael gave it a complete birthday, and we're now out giving it a run under the guidance now of Luke Ellery and his amazing partner Alice Piccolo. So there's a couple of things on the engine cover. First of all, it's a dedication to Gary Dumbrell, who passed away last year, and he was a major part of helping us get into Formula Ford out of go-karts at a time where I simply didn't have the funds to do it, and he supported to varying degrees both Alex and Will in those early days. So special part of our family history, I guess. The other stuff, well, in the 50th year of Formula Ford, any podiums you got were signified by the decals there on the 50th anniversary. So a few seconds, a third, and finished off with a couple of wins. So I was happy with that. Kmart and wins was all part of the Gary Dumbrell sponsorship package that he put together. And this is exactly as the car ran in 1998 with Alex Davison. We did a test day down here a couple of weeks ago, and I probably went as quick as I've ever been in the car, which was sort of good for me. And the first session there this morning, we virtually matched our times from a couple of weeks ago. So, you know, we're just trying to get ourselves into race mode, and hopefully by the time we get to qualifying tomorrow, you know, I'll be able to replicate those things.
Great. Is there anyone you want to thank?
The two guys in my life, Luke Ellery and Alice Piccolo, who, you know, Ellery Motorsport, he runs a great little team based out of Warragul. They prepare the car, run the car. Probably should thank my wife because she lets me do this stuff. But no, other than that, it's just a tight little group here, and my boys support me massively from a moral perspective. And, you know, pass a few old bits of bloody race clothing and boots and shoes that they're finished with to help the old man through. But no, it's mainly these guys here, which I'm incredibly thankful for. And, you know, the preparation of the car is just second to nothing.
All right.
Welcome back to the Victorian State Race Series, first race of Formula Ford. We're just about to get cracking. That was Richard Davison there as we are underway.
We are racing, yes. It's Matthew Hillier got the jump on the start there, a little bit bogged down for Matty Holmes out of P2. And the field runs down into the very fast sweeping turn right for turn one. And it looks like, yep, they will hold those positions. So Matt Hillier got a great start to take the lead from Matt Holmes. And they'll settle down now into this first lap to see where it all unfolds.
And so the voice of Paul Ziddy there is jumped alongside me, Dan McCarthy, for the opening 8-lap encounter of their weekend. Should be a good race, this one. Close championship in Kent class. We'll come on to that a bit later. We'll call the action here into Honda Hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, and everyone's getting through there quite cleanly. It's good to see them giving each other a bit of quarter here on the opening lap. Obviously, it's no holds barred in Formula Ford, but these guys also know that if you're going to finish first you have to finish. And banging wheels in open wheelers is never a good way to make that happen. Matty Holmes doing a great job there, towing back up onto the back of Matt Hillier, trying to challenge there, and hot in pursuit of him is his young teammate Kobe Williams, doing a fantastic job this year. Looks about 11 years old when you see him out of the car. Unbelievable to think of him doing 230 plus k's an hour on the straight here.
Big lock up there by Holmes, both front and rears locked up. Initially the fronts and then the rears as he turned in, but managed to get it through there. And he's still on the tail of our race and championship leader Hillier as they round the final turn and come down the start-finish straight to complete lap number one. Top 3, 4 in fact, line astern as we see a change for the lead as Holmes on the outside tries to take position with 3 wide on the run to turn one.
Run into one. This is amazing. And this is Formula Ford racing at its finest at a circuit like Formula Ford. That slipstream is just so important. And there you go, Matt Hillier leads onto the straight, is now defending third as they go into Southern Loop. So it's just amazing to show how that slipstream works.
In fact, I think he lost it. He did. So down to fourth, as you say, first to fourth in just a couple of corners. And here we are, change for the lead. Williams, the youngster, up the inside, but not quite able to brake late enough and make that move. As you say, you don't want to get a wheel caught early in these first couple of laps. You just want to play it safe early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they're teammates as well. A lot of respect between those two drivers. So they're, you know, again, you're not the first person you want to beat your teammate.
Yes.
But there's a lot of respect there. So they're not looking to do anything silly, anything deliberate. There's just good, hard, clean racing there at the front. And there you go. You've seen Matt Hillier now shuffle down to, is that going to be 6th position, I think. Yeah, I think that is. He's a couple of corners there, just getting shuffled back through the pack. So good dicing all the way through. Now at the front of you mentioned the Kent Championship, 2 points in it with Richard Davison, who we saw ahead of this race in that little piece on the car that he's racing, and he's contesting that championship with Brendan Jones. Another fantastic slipstreaming duel. Again, 3 wide as they run into turn 1. Fantastic stuff to watch.
Sinny up the inside in the yellow machine. He looked like he was going to get P2 for a second, but he settled back into position number 4. The awkward line, very shallow on the inside, so the guys on the outside are able to swing around and hold position.
Yeah, absolutely. The slipstream's fantastic, but you've got to have somewhere to go with it. And when they're fanned out like that, you can be jostled out of position, not on the ideal line. And then again, discretion has to give way to Valor. And Valor has to give way to discretion to keep you in the fight. And it's on again here at the front, and that'll be Matty Holmes with a young
Santa Lucia.
Yes, a fantastic race there at the front, and Santa Lucia has taken the lead as they run out of Siberia, the corner named because of exactly as it would sound. And on a day like this with that southerly blowing, bitterly cold down there.
Look at this, 2, 4, 6, 7 cars, all line astern within 1.1 seconds. That's just how we like it. Formula Ford at its very best here at Phillip Island this afternoon. Oh, there's a car out wide there. That's car number 4. That's Hillier, our championship leader.
Yeah, just got a little bit wide on the run over Lukey Heights. Dropped 2 wheels in the dirt. Showed fantastic car control to gather that up. A lesser mere mortal as myself would have they would have been peeling me out of the fence, but he's done a magnificent job to catch that.
You and me both, absolutely. As we see them come onto the pit straight, that sort of separated the pack a little because he's lost a bit of ground and he will be vulnerable with the car right behind him. That's car number 61, Clifford and Summers as well. But it's back on for the lead as we head towards turn number 1. That's 41 Holmes back out front.
Yeah, that experience, Matt Holmes, a well-experienced, fantastic career racing Formula V, and has done magnificently well since he stepped into the Formula Ford. And this is a hobby for him. He doesn't get to do the testing miles that some of his younger contemporaries do, so full credit to him for the job that he does up on the steering wheel there. And now the battle again as they fan out into the hairpin at Honda Corner. Who's going to get the run? This is fantastic stuff to watch. And Kobe's positioned himself beautifully for the left-hander at Siberia. Will sweep into the lead. And again, there is that chain of 6, 7 cars, and then there's not much of a gap back to the next pack as well. There's been contact. There's been contact, and that was Santa Lucia into the back of Matty Holmes. I hope that he's okay. I think it's a very fast part of the circuit. I hope he's pulled that up before he found the tyre wall.
That's allowed our race leader to pull ahead, so that's separated the pack. Sinny's now up to position number 2 in the yellow machine. But yeah, very much separating the pack there.
Yep, and let's see if they can, whether or not Sinny and Eddie Bezic will work together and see if they can provide that slipstream to each other to tow up onto the back of Kobe, or if they're going to get involved in a 3 or 4 car battle for second and give him that opportunity to just skip away.
3 wide further back as they head down towards
4, 5, 6 wide into one. Just amazing stuff to watch.
Certainly is a 1 second lead for Williams. So, hey, we got a couple of spinners around at turn number 1.
That looks like, I think there may have been a little bit of assistance given or rendered there as well.
That's Santa Lucia, one of them.
Yes.
Or damage to the right rear. That suspension looks like it's bouncing about. That's not what you want.
Yep, no, he certainly knows he's been in a prize fight for this one, by the way it's looking. And just looking back to the Kents, I think Brendan Jones has slipped back down the order, so a commanding lead for Richard Davison over Peter Fitzgerald. Brendan's I didn't see what happened earlier in the race, but he's obviously been shuffled back from his P2 starting position. And we'll see if we can pick up some, I'll have to have a chat with him between races and find out what happened there. But back to the front of this race, and Kobe is still holding that 1 second lead, and the battle behind is ferocious. Oh, we've got one of our Kent cars in
Craig Arnold,
and he's got the steering wheel off, so he'll be exiting stage left, unfortunately. And here they come sweeping onto the straight once again. That snake, as they're all trying to break the toe.
Here comes Hillier up the inside, trying to take position number 3 from Bezic. It's important, though, because we've seen a couple of incidents the last couple of laps. Importantly, the championship leader has stayed out of them. He's now up to position number 4 and fighting now for the lead. There's the yellow flags.
We've got yellow flags in vogue down at Southern Loop for the stricken Santa Lucia car. So that will remove that as a passing opportunity. They have to yellow flags, obviously, no overtaking until you pass the green flag at the next flag point, so effectively nullifies racing in that section.
Oh yeah, it's unfortunate for Hillier, although he's having to go here instead. I was going to say, lost him the opportunity at Southern Loop, but he's got it at Honda. So that's position number 3. Top 5 on the last lap, all set personal bests, and it was actually Fawcett at the back of this 5-car train that set the fastest lap of the race. So this field is once again bunching back up, which is what we like to see with 2 and a bit laps to go.
Absolutely, and let's see if they can. They've pulled quarter of a second, so that's about a quarter of the gap, and we got 3 laps remaining. So if you run those statistics, they're all going to cross the finish line at exactly the same time, which will be amazingly exciting to watch. And we've got 2 bunches now. We've got that sort of 5-car battle pack at the front, and another 5-car battle pack. Probably, what would you say, a couple hundred metres behind them?
Yes, I'd say a couple of hundred metres. We saw Cine having to go defensive into MG from the championship leader, and the 3 of them come out. So it's Cine, and here comes Hillier, and here comes Bezic. So 3 wide across the line as they head towards turn number 1. Who's going to give, who's going to yield? I think it might be Cine. So although he went into the straight in second, he's down to 4th. It's all about being in the right position on the last lap for the finish line.
Absolutely. It's a 240 kilometre an hour game of chess racing Formula Ford at Phillip Island circuit, and full credit to the young people that are doing this. Like they're demonstrating enormous skill, but what they've seen in this race by and large is a lot of maturity and actually calm heads on those young shoulders. And here they go. You've got Eddie Bezic is throwing the challenge down at Honda and getting the job done. Has he? No, they've raced 2 wide all the way through there. Fabulous to see them giving each other that room. And it looks like Matt Hillier will prevail on that one, but there is nothing between those 3 cars as they run up the back.
The battle in between those 3 has allowed our race leader, Williams, to break away. So I don't think he's going to be touched, even with the slipstream. I think he's too far ahead now.
Well, he'll love to hear you say that, but I'm sure he's got his head down and his eyes forward, and he'll just be focusing on that. But that 4-car battle of Hillier, Bezic, Fawcett, and Cine is just superb to watch. But I don't know that Kobe would be breathing too easily out front. He knows he's got that little break. He knows they're fighting behind him. But this place doesn't take much. Oh, it's the checkered flag. So a great drive by Kobe Williams. And yes, Matt Hillier will hold second. And who got third? I think Eddie would have, yes. Not much in it. You're talking 0.06 of a second from Hillier to Bezic, and the same from Bezic to Cine.
Yeah.
So 0.12 of a second. We've got some, hopefully we'll get some replays of some of the action through that to probably tell some more of the story from what we saw briefly.
Just 1 second separating the top 5. That's how close, and that's what we like to see in Formula Ford. So yes, Williams prevailing in the end by half a second.
And in the Kent class, here comes Richard Davison to take the checkered flag from pole position. Got probably half the length of the straight, and you've got Peter Fitzgerald and Brendan Jones battling it out for second place. And there'll be maybe a car length in it. Fitzy is going to hold Brendan out to take second. And there is your Kent podium. Richard Davison from Peter Fitzgerald from Brendan Jones.
Importantly there, the car in between is good for Richard Davison and the points.
Oh, and there's your first replay, and that is some damaged front left suspension for Craig Arnold. Didn't see what caused it. you just see it looks like it just let go.
Yep.
That rather unfortunate for him, and I can tell you at that point that would. I wonder if his heart rate's come back down yet. That's not the place that you want to find one of your wheels to say, "You Victor, find time to leave me, loose."
Right. No, not what you want at all in any car, let alone a Formula Ford here at Phillip Island.
And we have another replay coming, I can hear, from the magic of the van, which is, well, we didn't see the start, only the aftermath of that. So we are presuming there was some contact between those two cars. Or perhaps it was some earlier damage to Santa Lucia's car from when... Okay, so we're hearing that there was contact. That's unfortunate for those young men. And thank you very much. Always a pleasure to join you in commentary. A spectacular view from up here in the Eagle's Nest. Awesome racing from Formula Ford and Formula Ford 1600.
Absolutely.
We will see you all tomorrow.
I think it was in...
Dickie, returning this weekend for the first time in a while. What's the plan for the weekend?
Yeah, look, the main thing that we're here for is just to gather some data for next year. We plan to do a couple of rounds next year with these guys and possibly some national rounds, so looking forward to that. But yeah, it's good to be back racing in Victoria. It's been a little bit of a break for me, but yeah, happy to be back. Yeah, so when I was in Colorado in 2021, I picked up Fast Star. So Fast Star is UK based, and it's pretty cool to have them on the car and breaking them into the Australian racing industry. So yeah, hopefully there's some cool things to come both here and overseas, and looking forward to that. Yeah, look, it's the car's been sitting since March 2021, and it's been a long time. I've been overseas for 4 of those months, so it's made it a little bit easier. But yeah, so luckily we got an amazing bunch of guys that work on the car and sponsors and technical partners. We've got some cool things that are on this car now, and yeah, really looking forward to trying them out, and hopefully they all work well, and we at the front of the field where the car belongs, and hopefully where I think I belong. Just happy to be back with my family and the crew and everyone in the Sports Sedan Championship. But yeah, definitely hoping to take it to the guys that have been running at the front of the championship this year.
So with the new parts that you've chucked on it, any nerves of them working at all this weekend, or?
There's always nerves. Yeah, look, the guys from M-Tron ECU and TurboSmart have given us some experimental bits. They're released in the market, but we're doing a lot of the R&D at the moment. So, look, yeah, I'm hoping they all go well. That's the plan, and obviously with sponsors from overseas watching the live stream, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, look, we can only do what we can do, and I'm sure that the boys that work on the car will make sure that it gets out there for every race.
All right, great. Good luck for the weekend. Hope everything goes well.
Cool, thank you.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Gordon Sinney, second in the championship, still with a chance this week. What's the plan?
I guess finish all races really. Try and do the best we can do. Hopefully finish up the front somewhere and just find the luck within our team and hopefully we can put it all together and come out with a good result at the end of the weekend. I mean, we just come in for our first session just then. It actually felt pretty good, so I think our pace is there, so I think we're in for a good weekend. We've got a good group of guys here that are pretty switched on with that stuff, so I mean, we've never gone too bad in the rain, so I'm sort of got my fingers crossed hoping that there is rain, so I mean, it is what it is. We'll race rain, dry, or whatever it is, so yeah, hopefully it just puts on a couple of good races over the weekend, and yeah.
And anyone you want to thank?
I mean, just all my sponsors, the boys at Ball and Racing, and yeah.
Welcome back trackside here to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It is always well worth the drive to Phillip Island as a whole, as a place to holiday, as a place to enjoy yourself. And I think the people that live locally here, the transit to the city these days is growing. Like all regional areas during COVID, people realised that they didn't have to live on top of each other in the city if they didn't want to. And I believe even the local schools and infrastructure with both two of the big multinational supermarket operators having a presence in Cows here now, but we love coming here to go racing. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Dan McCarthy, who has joined us right throughout the 2022 season of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We've still got a fair bit of racing to go today. The big bangers, the gods of thunder, the screaming rotaries, the turbocharged rocket ships that we just heard from Brett Dickey about with his little Honda, and of course the howl of the big V8s running in the sports sedans next. Sports cars, the multi-million-dollar field. Put on your sunglasses because the success of those guys is going to be, the glare is a bit too much for us common folk, as all the Lamborghini, we've got one of them down there, we've got Porsches. We've also got Ben Schutz in the Sin, the Bulgarian supercar, not the Bulgarian superstar. He's from Melbourne, Ben Schutz. He's a ripping race car driver, almost second to none, and really does deserve a drive in the upper echelon of GT racing here in Australia. I can't believe that MPC and those guys at Audi Customer Racing haven't jagged him as a co-driver. They did a terrific job getting Ryan Millier years ago, and he did a fantastic job co-driving for Christopher Mees to get his championship. And Ryan Millier did do a bit of racing with the Lamborghini at Trofeo Motorsport, and also in the Corvette going back some time. But certainly Ben Schutz worthy of a ride in the top end of Australian GT racing. And at the moment, Dan, I'm pretty sure you've probably got your head around it as much as I have. Ben Schutz hasn't been beaten in the Victorian Sports Cars Championship so far this year.
Correct, yes, absolutely. No points have been taken off him. He is, yes, 100% on points, which is what you want with just one round to go. So shorter race today, and then two tomorrow for, sports cars, yes. There's the
one tomorrow.
Yes, one tomorrow, the 40-minute mini enduro race. So look forward to that.
So historic touring cars on at 4:15. We've got a very compact field of historic touring cars here this weekend, and the Hyundai XLs will round out our live stream today. We do have a regularity trial being put on for our officials at the after the conclusion of our broadcast here, so that'll be fantastic to see those that give so very generously of their time right around the track to get their car out on track and get a few laps in a regularity trial. And a regularity trial is basically nominating a time and hitting that exact time each time you cross the line. So it sounds easy, but you're not allowed to carry a stopwatch with you in the car to be able to do that. Otherwise it would just be ridiculously accurate, everyone just crossing the line. So you're not allowed to have a timing device in the vehicle. That won't be part of our broadcast today, but that's certainly a bit of fun that all of our volunteer officials trackside can get involved in. We've got some cleanups going on around the track, just a little bit behind schedule. We might hear quickly from Jared Tonks with the improved production ranks.
Jared Tonks leading the IPRA Victorian State Race Championship. What's the plan for the weekend?
Got a nice little lead at the moment, but just trying to maintain that lead through the weekend. So just trying to finish every race, whether that be second, third, first. So everything's going well. I just had one practice this morning, so it's just trying to find some clear track in practice. But otherwise the car's going well. Yep. Just like to thank Ravage, who have been looking after the car all year, and they do all the prep before we get here, and also help out over the weekend. And just my sponsors, Rod and Gun, as well, for sponsoring the whole year too.
Motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Live shots back from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit here. You've joined us live on the Blendline TV networks, YouTube, Facebook, all the socials that the kids get up to these days. Not only the kids, my 77-year-old father gets on YouTube and watches this as well. Big g'day to all of the dads out there watching racing here from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Not just the dads, the mums, the brothers, the sisters, the friends, the cousins, everybody. Our fellow commentators watching from around the world, jibing at us on social media and things like that. Big g'day to all the Australian motorsport media. A bit quiet across Australia this weekend, so everyone tuning in to the Blendline TV coverage here from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We welcome all, of course, earlier on in the coverage we were getting them logging in from South America, North America as well. So big g'day, hope you're enjoying our coverage. As always, get to the racetrack, get there live and in all dimensions to see and smell and live. Motorsport is always the best way to do it, but I tell you what, these days, the live streaming of this series, it is also a great way to keep up with things. The QP Lubes, we stick to what's important. QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Cars down on track now, and an absolute massive blend of variation of vehicles is what Sports Sedans is always about. But here this weekend, it's just awesome, the different shapes and sizes and engines and gearboxes and drivetrains that are being used out on track. The car leading the way is Tony Groves. He also leads the way in the championship point scores in car number 80. The Mornington Mazda Valvoline Mazda 3 marked car leads the field around and will be on pole position. So looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. Pole position, Tony Groves to Francois Habib in the number 23, who does now own the ex-Bob Hill Championship winning Blue Falcon, and I reckon we'll see that burst onto the scene next season. Chas Talbot in the number 12 Camaro, the blue and yellow Camaro with the yellow stripes across the top of it, out of position 3. Good qualifying there from Chaz. Greg Lynch, who took a win here, the dentist from the northern suburbs of Melbourne, in that HRT tribute livery in position number 4. Stewie Eustace out there in the number 90, and that is also a marked car, a Mazda there as well. John Ippolito in the number 97 coming in there, the black car with the QP lubes emblazoned across the front of it. There he is, the number 97. Tips it in. The 72 is next. That's Ben McLeod Next is the Nissan there of Stephen Backer. Graham Gilliland in the 13B, normally aspirated outfit. Rand McGlurkin, and then the other Rand McGlurkin will pick it up. The 54 entered vehicle is the Nissan 350Z, and the 56 is the Aston Martin. So Junior outperformed Dad in qualifying today, and will be one row further up. And the number 29 out of position number 12 will be Brett Dickey in the Fast R Racing outfit. They have had technical issues, and I tell you what, this team have been burning the midnight oil to try and get it right. They get the car in simulation on dynos, everything's fine. They plonk it down on its wheels and put it out on the racetrack, and Brett's not getting any more than about 50% throttle coverage. And when you're in a 2-litre turbocharged or a 4-cylinder turbocharged outfit that relies on pounds of boost, you're in a world of hurt. And I've got to say, that team have been absolutely left no stone unturned. Let's see if we can get Brett a race start and at least get a good look at this car, because it looks $1 million. Have a look at that. Black and gold in the livery there. Just looks fantastic. Representing Fast R, which is an international racing organisation. They're currently doing very, very well with the young lady in the UK TCR Championship. They have a European-based outfit, and Brett Dickey is their representative here locally in Australia. There it is, the number 29. Does a ripping job as we are about to get underway for the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Of course, the Sports Sedans will have their last round at Island Magic because they run around in the middle of August, and they forego their own racing. So cars line up. Tony Grove to Francois Habib on the front row, and the Sports Sedan Championship. John Ippolito is leading the way on 248. Francois Habib 227. Tony Groves on 196. And they are ready to go. The Aston Martin and the Honda pull up at the back of the grid. Tony Groves needs to make some race wins here today to drag back on Francois and John. And we thump the ground with Sports Sedans. The 23 of Habib just grabbing a couple of goes at the clutch, but have a look at the 80 drive away. And my golly, Chas Talbot just cracked it sideways. In fact, he cracked it that far sideways. Cars behind had to check up to not plough into the back of the Camaro, but it will be the marked car. The Tony Groves entry, Valvoline and Mornington Mazda will lead the field down. Greg Lynch has now got Ippolito all the way up the side. There goes Chas Talbot. He's got the momentum in the Camaro now. Got it moving, but boy, it was hard to get it off the line.
Yeah, certainly the outside was the better row to be on there. Everyone on the inside, firstly, Habib moving across, and he balked everybody then on the inside. So, yeah, the outside was the place to be there as we see them come into Honda for the first time. The Nissan up the inside of the Mazda marked car. Can't find two more diverse cars really in this category, but there they are racing against each other and hard as well.
Stephen Backer and the Nissan GTR. 2.5 litres there, doing a good job in the early stages of this race. Can be a bit of a tricky car to get running, but have a look at Stewie Eustace. The marked cars are well sorted. Ford Coyote power plant, a fairly simple kind of an outfit, but they are so effective. When I say simple, they're fully kitted out with all the latest electronic gear, but it's all about going well. Originally designed to race in the VLN type of endurance races, 12, 24-hour type races in Europe. But boy, they've done such a great job in Australia in sports sedans and in GT type racing. And Tony Groves has committed himself beautifully to this year's championship and does chase the car that's second in the race. And just looking for where John Ippolito is, there's John in the Form shop fitting outfit. Backer now coming under fire there as down the inside goes Stewie Eustace. Gets the job done. Boy, the marked car, a Coyote power plant, not a super high horsepower race engine, but the thing just getting through the air better than that Nissan GTR.
Well, the camera on pit straight was shaking as it went past. It was awesome. The Blendline TV camera placed on pit straight, just moving in the air as the cars went roaring past. As we see further up, just the battle there. Oh, Habib's a bit slow. Has he got a problem? I think he has.
Looks to be. He's heading into the pits there in the The ex-Tasman Racing Dodo, car number 23. Loves this car, had a nasty shunt in it, rebuilt it, and has since also bought the ex-Bob Hill Championship winning Blue Falcon, which I'm pretty sure we'll see on track next season. The back end there of the car being used by Stewie Eustace, which I think is the exact same car that young Kelly is using in the national sports sedans as well. So Stewie Eustace has seen a bit of the light and is letting Todd Kelly's young fella have a drive of that car in the national sports sedan championship.
You had a look as well at the inside.
Mason Kelly, that's right.
Yes, Mason Kelly, yes. Had a look at the inside of Ipilotto into MG there, but to no avail. Habib didn't even make it back to his garage. He's stopped in the paddock. He hasn't made it back to his garage, so that car's come to a complete stop. Fortunately, off the racetrack, so we can stay green. As you see, the cars fly by pit straight once again. And Ipilotto fights back and holds position on the Mazda machine. That's good battle there, and they've both caught Lynch and further up Talbot as well, so this is a good battle. It's now for second. It's second, third, fourth and fifth after Habib fell by the wayside on the last lap.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that Greg Lynch, the dentist, won a race here in the last round in May. Oh, sorry, not in round 3 in May. This is round 5, and he's now struggling to get onto the back of the veteran Chas Talbot. Chas knows his way. Have a look at that for a run. 2 in 1 move. Car number 90 squeezes them out. Ipilotto and Lynch, 2 Commodores left scratching their head, going, Mum's shopping car. The Mazda 3 just came down on us. Hardly a shopping car. The Mark car, a very effective piece of kit. Goes to the dirt there coming out of Siberia. You don't want to go there because the back end of that gravel trail, the back end of that ripple strip isn't backfilled, so it's got raw concrete there and it will cut a racing slick up pretty badly if you get off the back edge there. So don't want to be doing that too many times in a row, Stewie Eustace.
No, that Mazda's certainly not a shopping car because we see it come down pit straight. It's also in the lead. A Mark Mazda, 14 seconds pulled in just 2 laps. That's phenomenal. Phenomenal speed. A 1:36.3 on the last lap. He's just come through. He's still waiting for second and third, and in fact Talbot is now under pressure in position number 2 as they come onto the main straight to begin the third lap. Here they are side by side across the line and down towards turn number 1. I'm not sure Talbot's going to be able to do anything. He should be able to hold him back into turn number 1, but I don't know whether he'll be able to do that for much longer.
You'd have to expect that the Camaro doesn't cut as big a hole in the air, and the Chas should be able to get the terminal velocity of the space frame sports sedan to work for him. It's at the end of the long straight where the sports sedan should really come into its absolute own. And when you look at the shape, it's just a big wedge. It doesn't have any sort of 90-degree angles or straight up and down angles. Look at that, effective. It's only got stickers for headlights.
Yes.
So it comes down into turn 4. Chas Talbot, the veteran. Race Formula 5000 here in the 70s in its heyday, as was he. And he has been in sports sedans for a very long time. In fact, probably have to cut him through the waist and count the rings as to how many races he's been in sports sedans with. So Chas Talbot, a great aspect of Victorian sports sedan racing. Here's a terrific battle going on as well. This is for the 91 and the 72 out of 6th and 7th at the moment. Stephen Backer and McLeod. This red Commodore has come on magnificently this year. A really steady progress here for Ben McLeod, and should be really proud of his achievements right throughout this season, because it's one thing to have a sports sedan, it's one thing to race it, but it's one thing to race it and not tear up tyres and tear panels off it and actually go fast. This is a really strong program with this number 72 that they should be really proud of. Talking about proud of, how cool would it be to be racing your dad in your old 350Z and Dad's racing an Aston? There we have it. Rand McGlurkin Sr. versus Rand McGlurkin Jr. in the 54.
Seniors out front, so although the Nissan qualified ahead, it's the Aston Martin that's leading the pair now. I'm a POM, so I'd quite like an Aston Martin, let's put it that way, but doesn't everybody?
Yeah, I tell you what, an Aston Martin is an aspirational car. And I do like what Junior does with his Nissans, though. He does them up in that JDM type of livery. They look very menacing, as he does as well. And this is a live battle, and we're talking for the second step on the podium, because at the moment, first step is 24 seconds away in 4 laps. In 4 laps, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tony Groves has driven off to a 24-second lead. This is an absolute amazing affair in sports sedans. And at the moment, Chas Talbot is driving the race of his life, coming under pressure from old Disco Stewie Eustace down there in number 90, as the race leader charges across the line. And our second place is there, coming out of MG. So that'll give you an idea of the sort of lead that Tony Groves has got on this field, and he has done it so well.
It's an average of 6 seconds a lap.
It is. His best lap time of 1:36. Chas Talbot at 1:39.8, at 1:39.7 to Stewie Eustace as they cross the line now. And the Camaro, I can tell you, has a NASCAR type thump, whereas the Mark car has a screaming V8, that Coyote quad overhead cam outfit. Complete and utterly different sound, very similar capacities and how they go about it. But the pushrod V8 in the Camaro certainly has a thump to it. It's almost like it's about 2,500, 3,000 RPM less at its top end of its rev range. Coming around through turn 3 now. This is where the Mark car's poise and balance comes into its own. Under brakes now. The 90 looks up the inside of Chas Talbot. Chas giving it plenty of room and spins it all on his own. In fact, I'm going to say that Chas Talbot was giving him that much room that he really lost concentration on where he was going to be on the track there. So, although Chas was being a gentleman, he brought to his own demise, and wheel spins it trying to get out of the way of Greg Lynch and Ben McLeod on their way through as well.
Yeah, I think he went out wide, got onto the marbles, and around he went. So now he's not just trying to defend position 2, he's fallen back to 4th, and he's trying to hold on to that position.
Yeah, you'd have to say he's going to have hurt those tyres there as well. So Chas Talbot was definitely being the gentleman, giving the number 90 car plenty of room there. And Dan McCarthy has hit that nail exactly on the head. He's got out in the marbles, didn't realise that there was going to be a complete and utter lack of grip when he tried to turn in there, and just looped it all on his own. Gee, it happened quickly, didn't it? Just bang, around it went. And Stewie Eustace went on through. Here's the number 21, one of the most magnificent sports sedans you'll ever smack eyes on. Graham Gilliland and his wife Anne put together a magnificent package, and now they've got Rand McGlurkin Sr. and the Aston right behind them here. So here's a couple of spring chickens out there having a go at it, and Graham Gilliland is doing a magnificent job. It's a normally aspirated 13B, and right behind it, the big horsepower of the Aston Martin. And I tell you what, both of them, in with that beautiful sun, they just look great, don't they? The orange and yellow versus the blue and the white tones there on the Aston Martin. Two magnificent silhouettes of racing cars going around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, it's so sunny now. I mean, just a couple of hours ago, or not even that, we had rain in improved production for a couple of laps. As we see what happened, yeah, just a bit wide, turned in and around she went. That's a shame. That robbed us of a good potential battle in the last couple of laps. Now he's having to fight for 4th position. He'll try and get back on Lynch. Clearly had the pace to fight 4 seconds, so he should have the pace to try and get back by Lynch.
McGlurkin's gone through on Gilliland here too, so the cubic capacity of the Aston Martin has taken control over the Mazda.
I don't think the Mazda sounded right.
Bit of a miss there coming through out of the track here. So we have got 1 lap remaining, and we're waiting for our race leader, who has just gone over the strike, and he's on his last journey. It's the Camaro now of Chas Talbot, the number 12, all over the back of Greg Lynch. He's setting himself up for a run around turn 12. Chas Talbot choosing to cover less real estate there, but the big Commodore sweeping its way around. Up the inside looks Chas Talbot, and went very early there. Should have probably stayed committed to it, because I don't think Greg Lynch saw him there. Might have come down on him a little bit there, so we'll see how that pans out. The Camaro, Ben McLeod will weigh in on this as well before this lap is out. The Camaro looks very strong at the bottom of the straight. It's where we saw its strength over Disco Stew. one of the things that we really have noticed here is that it's two marked cars leading the way. Here comes our race leader. European Auto finishes. Mornington Mazda. Tony Groves plunges down into the MG corner for the last time in this race. He'll do it for two more races tomorrow, an 8 and a 12 lapper, I think it is, tomorrow for all of our categories. 8 and 9 laps, sorry. 8 and 9 laps. So here comes our race leader for Valvoline. European Auto finishes, and Mornington Mazda. Tony Groves will greet the checkered flag by a massive margin. And it screams across the line. Absolutely all four cylinders doing what they do beautifully there. Presented by Mildon Motorsport, that car. And Liam and the crew do such a tremendous job to present all of the cars that they are involved in. And we just see Rand McLurkin Jr. trickling to the line there. So obvious there was issues with that car.
This is the part of the track where Talbot was really quick over Lynch last time through, has a little look, but Lynch defends down into MG, so he's got one more opportunity. We saw him have the look into the final corner on the last lap. Will he go for it this time? Lynch will be aware of the move this time, I'd have thought. Is he close enough? He's having a look, but not quite. It's going to be the drag race to the line now. Talbot's got a good run out of there, but so's the Commodore behind. This could be really close. As they come to the line, Lynch is just going to hold on. Oh, how's the roar of those three cars come across the line? All of them separated by 0.6 of a second, but it was Lynch who held on by just 1/10 of a second. So, Groves, Eustis, a Mazda 1-2, Lynch in third from Talbot and McLeod.
And McLeod doing a ripping job there too as well. Here comes the Aston. We'll finish it. So Ben McLeod ultimately home in fifth place there. Couldn't take it up to Lynch or Talbot, but really a terrific job. And big fan of what they're doing with that red car, number 72. They're working very well. And there's the Aston getting to the line and ultimately getting home in 8th place. Graham Gilliland. Here we go. This is the last lap look at Turn 4. Wow, look at that. Ben McLeod had him in the 72, and he just went a little bit too much onto the throttle, which is exactly what Chas Talbot did 2 laps prior and tagged it out sideways. So that's it for the sports sedans. We will see the QP League sports sedans again tomorrow, and we will see them at 11:20. We'll be back with sports cars in just a moment.
Ben Schutz, championship leader, last race of the season. What's the plan this weekend?
Plans to bring it home. So we've got a fairly handy leads, and there's really nothing silly we need to do or be overly competitive. As a racer, you'd always want to be at the front. So we'll see where we end up, but nothing silly. That's the plan.
Do you find this car to be particularly good at tracks like this, or sort of shorter, tighter track?
Yeah, it's probably not the strongest track. We've got some things we're sorting out with this car still. It's still relatively new and untested in many ways. So we've been working on different aspects of the car, and it's probably not the strongest track for it, but it's not a bad car, so it's still pretty good, yeah.
No, it's been a rocket this year. You've put in a pretty good season. You're going to be running it pretty similar next year, or are you planning on giving it a good birthday?
We're not really sure what's happening. So Richard, who owns the car, Richard Bendel, he's pulling the pin, so to speak, and winding up his racing career as far as state racing goes. He's eyeing off maybe 1 or 2 enduro type events for next year, but that'll be it. So as far as state racing goes, yeah, this car it could be the last one. So yeah, we might we plan to do Isle of Magic next, and yeah, Richard's looking at maybe an endurance round next year. And that'll be it, hanging up the boots. But it's Richard's a long time stalwart of state race. He's been doing it for many years, year after year after year. And he's getting older, and he's thinking it's time to hang up the boots.
So are you planning on staying in the championship and racing something else, or going to a different championship?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. So we've got a little IP car and pre-production car. So that's been shelved pretty much while we've been running this program. So maybe that, but as far as a championship, I couldn't see us doing a championship next year. So, but we'll see. You never know.
Good luck for the weekend. Hopefully everything goes well. Is there anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, Richard Bendel, Daytona Sports Cars and Think Cars Australia. Been amazing to be part of this program, and really appreciative of the drive and the team. My old man and Charlie, they've worked really hard turning this car around and making it as good as it is for me. So big thanks to everyone and the families for letting me do it.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Ben Schutz, an absolute champion of a race car driver that does a tremendous job every time he comes to the racetrack, and leading the field down. He's got 100% race start and victories in 100% of the championship through this year. Takes up his spot on the first part of the grid. Ben Schutz. Car number 65 into pole position. Andrew Hall, the 130 for Cup Car Engineering on the second spot of the grid. Michael Kokonos returning here this weekend in the number 8 Audi, who has entertained us no end with his launch in the McLaren from a couple of seasons ago. Sven Boykarts is in position number 4. Stephen Kepper to Jamie Lovett, Stephen Sluger, Richard Green, Rowan Little, Jim Manolis in the Lambo, Rodney Gordon and Billy Morelli will be starting from pit lane, and we are set to jump. The Porsche's revving their brains out. Not getting off the line is Sven Boykarts, but Andrew Hall gets off the line magnificently, as does the Lamborghini. Takes evasive action, does Jim Manolis right at the last second there, but the Sin will stream right into the lane, into first place there. But I tell you what, Andrew Hall has to stay with him. Do not relent. Stay right on that rear quarter panel of Ben Schutz. Right alongside me, Darren Smith, Dave Stillwell. Welcome to Sports Cars.
Well, it's great to be back here, Darren, for the Panther Racing Fuels Production Sports Cars Victoria. Round 5, this is what it's all to play for. This is our sprint race. We've got our 40-minute enduro coming up tomorrow. A little something special planned for the start of that race to honour a recently departed member of the prod sports community. As we see Jamie Lovett making up for his P6 qualifying efforts. We've usually seen Jamie there in the G-Lux car, sporting new sponsorship from Red Bull Spect Eyewear. Pretty cool sunglasses. Check them out if you're a race fan or want to look cool with the latest Red Bull eyewear fashions. So we've normally seen Jamie and Andrew Hall go toe-to-toe, bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel through the course of the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. But he's got a bit of work to do to catch back up to Andy, who unfortunately hasn't held on to Ben Schutz. As we see, Ben Schutz seems to put in a couple of lightning laps at the start and then manage that gap to the cars behind. Very taily as goes Jamie Lovett through turn 10.
One of the interesting things, Dave, that I've taken out of the way Ben does that is that he's the only one running the Yokohama slick, and it may be that the tyre needs to do that in order to do it. We know that the Michelins and the Pirellis that are being run on the Porsche, and particularly in the Michael Kokonos and the Audi, that takes 3 or 4 laps to get its Pirelli tyre, even more sometimes, into the ultimate operating window. So we'll see that start to come on. I've got to say, it was fantastic to be at Queensland Raceway when Michael Kokonos debuted in the Australian GT Championship. Might not have been the result that he wanted, but he was running right at the part of the field in the Amfield and doing a tremendous job right through that weekend. Great to see him coming back and joining in with us here. In fact, the Australian GT scene this year has been buoyed by a lot of Victorian sports car competitors. Christian Fitzgerald amongst them as well, that has been in there in the Porsches.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why we're missing a couple of people from the entry list from who were running at Sandown last weekend in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. You were there. For those who didn't miss us, some of the cars I think are still drying out, and some of the cars unfortunately are a little bit worse for wear after some incidents. So Christian Fitzgerald, as you mentioned, from Evolve Technic, not able to make it to...
Some of them are up on a 75-degree angle like a boat to try and drain all the water out of the bungs in the back of them. It was so wet at Sandown last weekend. But this is testament to the Victorian sports car scene. Have a look at that magnificent car smack bang in between these two Cup cars. It's a long way from a Cup car, that one.
996 RSR running the livery of Kalis Kenny Intellects. That, of course, is Rowan Little, who last time out was running GT3 Cup S. We saw that car retire about 15 minutes into the 40-minute enduro. Unfortunately, a rear main seal. Engine needs a bit of a rebuild. So Sven Boykarts has kindly let him jump into the 996 RSR that he's just vacated. These, of course, were the specification of cars that ran in the American Le Mans Series, the Intercontinental Le Mans Challenge, and of course the 24 Hours of Le Mans, based on the 996 generation car. Very much more an aero car as opposed to a power or torque car. It's nicely slotted in between the two 991 generation Cup cars in front and behind.
They have a lot more muscular haunches on them, the American IMSA type cars that we're looking at there. Logged in right behind the number 7 there at the moment is Stephen Sluger.
Stephen, of course, making the step up from an earlier 997 generation Cup car to the 991, and he's raving about it. Oh, it's, paddle shift, it's got all this stuff. Very softly spoken, but sticking behind the wheel of a race car, and Stephen knows what's what. Now, they're both trying to trace down Richard Green. Now, I caught up with Rich in the paddock. He's coming off very successful tour of Europe recently behind the handle of some golf bats. So Richard has done quite well in the professional golf standings, but doesn't mind getting back behind the wheel. He does have to have his hands more than 2 or 3 inches apart, and he's got to make sure his feet aren't too far apart when he's behind the wheel.
He does a good job, though. Once a sportsman, always a sportsman. You can handle those pressure-cooking situations when you've got millions of people watching you try and putt something on the 18th hole of a famous golf track somewhere. Golf track, you get it? A golf circuit, a golf course.
Well,
so even a race course too. So yeah, it could be any day. You just got to remember what gloves you're putting on, I guess, Richard. Whether it's the putting gloves or the triple layer Sparkos before you go out there and race. But look, a great guy, and he spent some time down there. I don't know whether Andrew Hall charges him more per hour, allowing him to work on his own car in his shed, but certainly getting to know how these cars get put together.
No, definitely. Now we're back to the run at the front between Kokonos and Lovett. So as we've seen, Michael Kokonos recently with that run in the I've got to make sure I get this right, the Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, powered by AWS. Shout out to our colleagues from ARG and the Speed Series. They of course ran a predominantly half Audi, half Mercedes field in the recent deluged event at Sandown.
Have a look at this. It's a dive down the inside. Almost didn't see him, and Jamie Lovett will hand over the position there. Didn't want to.
That's the full FIA GT3 specification, traction control and ABS, and the much wider tyres of the Audi R8 working to the advantage there. So the good thing was Michael telegraphed that move early, let him know, hey, I'm coming, make sure you leave some space. And Jamie was kind enough to leave the appropriate amount of car width around the inside of the corner.
Dave, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the Porsche of Jamie Lovett will be running Michelins. Of course, the Audi's running Pirellis. The Pirellis will still be coming up to speed. The Michelins should be in their operating window now, so it's going to be interesting to see what Michael's like in the last sort of 2 laps of this race in that Audi.
Definitely, and of course the Audi, traditionally what it's been running in has been rolling start races, so they've had an observation lap to the grid, they get a formation lap behind the safety car. By the time they actually do their rolling start lap, the tyres are actually a little bit warmer, whereas when we do our standing non-championship starts here at State Race, it's a bit harder to generate that tyre temperature, which is why we see the Porsches get such excellent launches, because they've got the rear engine, all the weight over the rear axle, and we've often seen that, not this time of course, because Ben Schutz has cleared out in the Sin, but the Porsches tend to get that initial jump and launch with all the weight hanging off the rear axle, nice warm tyres, and then as the race goes on, that advantage of having the rear engine does tend to walk away from it.
Which is exactly what we called off the start of the race. Andrew Hall got away, got the first to second gear change, looked like he was driving off with it. Ben Schutz just applied the horsepower, and there we go, under brakes again. So the number 8 is huge down under brakes at turn 4. He's picked up 2 Porsches in Jamie Lovett and Stephen Kepper there as well, so he's got through.
So Stephen Kepper doing a very good job in the 997 Series 2 there. So not quite as much aero, not quite as much tyre as the later 991 car that Jamie Lovett's chasing him down in. But as we've seen earlier in this season, of course, the last season, so we're going to go back. So Michael Kokonos, big empty spot down the inside. Jamie Lovett leaves the space. I think he may have caught him unawares right at the end of that. But Michael using the advantage of the traction control and the stability control to get through there, and then lined it up again, did the same move on Kepper. So Michael will be looking to, make back some ground. Of course, looking to start off the front row for the 40-minute race tomorrow, where the Audi will come into its own, looking after its tyres through that stint.
Sven Boykart's now having a bit of a touse with Rowan Little. You've got to be
his own
careful.
car.
I was going to say, you want to be careful there.
It's like, how aggressively do you race someone driving one of the other cars in your collection? The answer is about that aggressively.
That's about 98%'s worth right there, with the other 2% on the track now, the number 68, which is Stephen Sluger, who we've used to been seeing driving his tribute livery car in the VIP Pet Foods liveried car, which has been sold to a new owner.
Not a tribute livery.
The actual car.
The actual
car
you're
right.
car for
Been
VIP
sold
Pet
to
Foods.
New South Wales and being used in their sports car championship now.
Absolutely, and that's the great advantage of cars like this, is that they retain a lot of their inherent value, and you can use them for a number of different things. Once they've moved out of Carrera Cup into Michelin Sprint Challenge, they move from there to the different production sports car series.
You mean Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge?
Yes, my apologies to one R. Crail Esquire of South Australia. Here we see.
No, in fact, Tony Andrewski, who's running in the 944s, is wanting that correction.
Okay. And there we go. So Sven up the inside of Richard Green there. So, of course, that's a GT3 Cup S. That's the interim step before they built a dedicated GT3 car. They took a 997 Cup car and said, okay, we'll stick the RSR engine in it, we'll put some flares on it, we'll give it some traction control and a better gearbox and wider tyres. And as you can see, it looks like a GT3 that's just been pumped up a little bit too much with too much nitrogen in the wheel arches.
It's the bigger mouse trap to catch the bigger mouse. That's what it is out there. Richard Green here getting a good bit of coverage in a beautifully liveried car there. It's very reminiscent to the... Whoa, that's it. That's a
little bit too much rearward brake bias for the downhill run there.
So what you're saying is Rowan Little had a little bit too much.
He had a little bit too much. And nearly had a little bit of Stephen Sluger up the inside of him. But they'll maintain that position through turn 12.
And there's the distinct advantage of that chassis, the number 7, right around there on that sweeping corner. Just having a little bit more poise, got a wider track, and being able to hold on to that mid-corner velocity just a little bit more. It only has to be 3 or 4 kilometres an hour more, and that's what we're seeing. And this is where we'll start to see the car behind come into it, the higher speed run down the straight. It's got less frontal area and uses the air over its body a lot better. So, although it's only a generational change, it's a crazy little adjustment in the factory that they've done. But each one of these cars was designed to run in a specific trim, and this is exactly where we see the strengths and weaknesses come out in these two cars.
So
Stephen Sluger really bravely puts it up the inside of 3.
A fully uncorked 3.8 litre versus a 3.6 that's been choked down by the BOP restrictors put in place by the ACO and IMSA. And then we see a little bit better run off the corner, a little bit wider track, a little bit faster corner exit speed, a little bit later under brakes, just an ever so slightly higher corner speed. Of course, Jim Manoli is there in the background in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, of course, doing what that car's meant to do. It's serving a gentleman driver who doesn't necessarily have to race right at the front at 10 tenths all the time.
This car's done a fair whack of racing in the Australian scene, though, mostly focused on the Bathurst 12-hour events with this car and with this team, and Jim Manoli is sporting the number 29 for a long, long time. This is a very strong-looking outfit, and for mine, this is what you do with a Lamborghini. You have it all in black with a little bit of yellow trim, and that's what it is. It's your blood is black with a yellow trace.
But you know it's not a proper Lamborghini because the doors don't go up.
I
the
agree.
doors don't go straight up.
Absolutely agreed.
It's not a proper Lamborghini.
That one was recently sold at Shannon's. Just speak to Paul Vernell. They got that one out.
So they're coming up to lap Billy Morelli, of course, who started from pit exit. He's got one of the specification cars we're hoping to see a few more of. That's one of the GT4, I've got to make sure I get this right, Porsche GT4 CS MR Cup. So this is a one-make Nürburgring category that's run by Manthey Racing, recently acquired by Porsche. So we can see him in the back of shot there. But of course the Lamborghini GT3 will be looking forward to, as we come back to the leader at the end of an 8-lap sprint race for the Panther Fuels Victorian production sports cars. Ben Schutz in the Richard Bendel owned and run, and we say thank you, Richard, for bringing this magnificent piece of machinery, and to Ben for bringing it across the line to win race 1, the sprint of round 5 of Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. As we see, over 17 seconds back to the next car. Michael Kokonos chasing down Andy Hall at the end, and here's the other battle we've got with Kepper and Lovett. So Lovett managing to extract himself from the earlier challenges, but still running in P5. Kokonos for Launch Racing, P3, with a fastest time of 1:34.8, putting solidly in third on the second row for tomorrow's race. Jamie Lovett getting ahead of Steve Kepper by the end of the race. Jim Manolius holding off Rowan Little after that little indiscretion at turn 10 earlier. So nice to see a little bit more variety of both Porsches and other brands in the Victorian sports cars. We'll be looking forward to an influx of competitors in 2023 as a few more cars move out of eligibility for certain series.
So Jim Manolis brings the number 29, the Raging Bull, to the line there in position at number 9. What the amazing thing is not that Ben Schutz has won that race by 18.1 seconds is pretty amazing. But what is amazing about the championship so far is that Ben Schutz has not lost a race. He has won every single one of the Victorian Sports Car Championship races.
You've said it now, Daz. You've just put the mocker on him for tomorrow. So I just want to
I think he's got enough points.
So anyone from Daytona Sports Cars, if there's any issue with the car tomorrow, it's not mechanical. And we're just going to wrap up. So thank you very much to all of your support. We'll look forward to catching you for a 40-minute race tomorrow. I'm going to step out of the chair because we've got historic touring cars and the Hyundai Excels still to come here at Phillip Island.
For your daily motorsports fix, say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back. Trackside here, we have got the historic touring cars out on track, and they have compacted it all down for us here this weekend to only 7 cars. So let's hope that we have some great reliability from these old classic machines as they make their way around the racetrack to grid up. The historic touring cars are always a great entertainment, and they really do grab our attention. Darren Collins is leading the championship on 196 points over Peter Mullerman. Then Trevor Talbot next, Glenn Miles, Andrew Lane, Wayne Rogerson, Nathan Gordon, Darren Jones, James McNiven in the Rotary. There in position number 9. David Crabtree, William Trengove, Robert Vaughn, Andrew Petrovic, Jeff Mundy, Justin Brown, Simon Browning, Michael Holloway, Phil Pearman and Peter George round out the championship contenders as they make their way around the track and form themselves up on the grid here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And we have on pole position Darren Collins, so he is doing his championship hunt a world of good by positioning his car in the best possible position on the track. Andrew Lane will be right alongside. Andrew Lane is in 5th in the championship fight at this stage on 83 points there. So we'll keep an eye on Andrew Lane. He definitely wants to make every corner a winner. Trevor Talbot, a guy who races very, very hard. He is 3rd in the championship, will be 3rd on the grid. Glenn Miles is next. He's 4th in the championship and 4th on the grid. You get where I'm going with this, don't you? Peter Mullerman is at number 43. And he will be starting out of position number 3, and he is 2nd in the championship. So a lot of work to do for Peter Mullerman. Jeff Mundy and Jervis Ward joining in late in the championship season has scored no points so far. So I don't think Jervis has taken his spot actually up on the grid as we get away. And he's going to be Trevor Talbot in the Camaro on the 2nd row of the grid that gets away brilliantly, as does Glenn Miles. He does a tremendous job there as well in the Charger, but it is going to be the Camaro of Darren Collins that has got an absolute handful of sliding Chevrolet there, and the Mustang, the black Mustang of Andrew Lane, holds onto the inside of this one here. Historic touring cars, these actually have to be the cars of the era. They can't be just some rig-in. They have to have been a car that has raced back in the Group NC, as it is pronounced here in the category rulebook. And have a look at this on cold tyres. My fellow commentator right alongside me going through the motion here of driving with opposite lock through turn 3. So at about 160, 170 kilometres an hour, about 680, 700 horsepower under your right boot and turning the steering wheel the wrong way. Dan McCarthy.
Yes, it's actually the understeer from Lane. It's just understeering around the long radius corners here at Phillip Island. So that's allowing our championship leader Collins to very much keep up. So you said Lane fifth in the championship, only did the first round, so missed their second round. So he was third for the round he did take part in at Sandown at the start of the year. So he hasn't been out in the Vic State Championship since then. So he's out front at the moment and looking for a victory if he can. So yeah, although he's fifth in the championship, he's better than what that says.
Let's see how Glenn Miles in the Charger there goes. The Mopar trying to stay with these 5-litre Fords and Chevys out in front at the moment. Often we can see the likes of Glenn Miles. And, of course, Trevor Talbot drove some lesser capacity cars in his time as well in a Tirana. And we throw the challenge out to Andy Williams to get out there in his blue Tirana, because at the moment it is the only 6-cylinder having a red-hot go at it is Glenn Miles. And it'd be good to see Aussie Tirana mixing it up here as well. Darren Collins, this is the kind of racing that we're come to see from the number 97 racer. He will race that Camaro, and he will bring it back to the pits, a steaming pile, and have to rebuild it before the next race. Does a tremendous job, always entertaining to watch. I guess it might be Paul Stubber in his Camaro that's about the only one that's a little bit more entertaining, and we remember him putting number 11s all the way around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit numerous years ago now. Famous footage with Paul Stubber. In fact, I believe Paul Stubber will be a guest on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast in the near future, so keep your eyes peeled for the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast. I bet you've been keeping up with them, Dan.
Certainly have. You and my former Auto Action colleague GOB doing that. Now it's always good to hear you two interviewing the national level, the locals and the legends that have been coming through and are still racing nationally. It's a great podcast, and you know, some great subjects that you have on there.
Has been a little bit of fun too, doing along the way. Gary O'Brien, a guy that has absolutely no sense of humour and never ever smiles. Got to drag it out of him, kicking and screaming. No, a great oracle of Australian motorsports. Great to work with the great GOB. But this race continues on now. It's the 89 here, and it is Andrew Lane keeping the car nice and straight, but he has got Darren Collins just over the last lap and a half driving away from the field. Fastest lap time is indeed to Darren Collins, 147.4621, and that is a terrific lap time. We'll keep an eye on that, because that's, it looks like it's a lap record or fastest lap anyway of this race. In fact, he's 2 seconds faster than anyone else out there. The lap record is indeed Paul Stubber, as I mentioned. That would have been 2015. Boy, that long ago. Supports to supercars. And have a look at Darren Collins. He's got this thing absolutely on the edge. Even the springs are fighting back at the moment. Bit of a lock up on the right-hand rear. And very much lacking in grip coming off the corner, isn't he?
He might be leading, but he's still giving it 110% in every corner. Locking the brakes in, sliding out. A bit of a twitch there coming out of Siberia.
He might have heard Paul Stubber come over the PA and gone, yeah, righto, I'll show you how to drive one of these. I'll leave the old 2015 version. We'll update it to a 2022 version.
He's got 1.5 seconds to find at this point as he turns it in. Look at that. We can see right inside the cockpit, his hands on the wheel working away. Down into MG. That's quite settled. About the only time I've seen it settle this way.
They don't leave much to the imagination, these guys, do they? Because you see their hands up and down on the on the steering wheel. You know they're working hard. And look at that. Hardly finite adjustments. It's like a quarter of a lock each way, just trying to get it to turn in. 3 jabs at it.
Brilliant.
Finally
images.
grips up. And, gee, they sound good, don't they? Let's have a listen as this thing comes down the straight. And here comes the Andrew Lane car. Chased by Trevor Talbot. Some great old power plants that are probably producing 200 or 300 more horsepower than they were ever intended to, but with the way machining and the way tuning is done these days, they can just drag so much more horsepower out of them.
As we see this battle into turn number 2 for position number 2. So as you say, it's Lane from Talbot. The gap at the end of the last lap was 0.8 of a second. I reckon that's already come down in the first couple of corners. As we see them swing around Stoner Corner. Look at that again, the Mustang understeering around Stoner, and that leaves him vulnerable into Honda hairpin. He's had to go maybe slightly defensive there, he did. This battle for second is certainly on. Talbot applying the pressure. He's put the traction down nicely, but not nicely enough to make the move at Siberia. He's just going to stay patient. Look again, the understeer of the Mustang, it leans over. You don't see that in modern machinery. Motor cars are leaning over like that as they head back up the hill around where the haysheds used to be and towards Lukey Heights.
Dan, I'm pretty sure these guys don't want you to be drawing attention to them leaning over. They're probably not wanting them to lean over as well, as they do tend to do that. They do spend a lot of time to try and make these cars perform and do magic things with them, because these cars used to have basically cheese cutter tyres on them as road going cars, and you have a look at the inches of rubber that they sling under the back in front of these things. It really is mechanical marvel that they're still running after all of these years of racing. They really do hark back to an era where the fences around this racetrack used to have people 4 and 5 deep all the way around the entire venue, just watching these touring cars. And I guess the automotive industry really start to come of age, and higher horsepower cars start to come into our culture of motoring enthusiasts and racing. And the Just Cars Victorian Historic Touring Car Series is part of that. Of course, Just Cars providing insurance for these sorts of vehicles and many, many others out there. And we are coming around to complete, well, we've absolutely done half race distance now. And these guys are racing for second place up the road, a fair way up the road, is Darren Collins. 4 seconds, there he is in the white, the black GT stripes over the top of the Camaro. Under brakes now, Andrew Lane. All sorts of stripe under brakes there. Trevor Talbot. Bit of smoke out of the back of that car. Not sure whether that was out the exhaust or rear tyres locking up there.
I think it was a tyre lock-up. He actually set his personal best on the last lap, and that's why he was able to hound Lane, and we've seen that continue on this lap. So this is very much the battle of the race, the battle for position number 2. Lane from Talbot. Lane's actually set faster lap time, 150.2 compared to a 150.3 from Talbot, but it's Talbot that's doing it at the moment, and in fact he's up the inside. Oh, big lock-up we can hear by Lane, and he's run wide. Talbot using all the curb on the inside, and he gets it. He gets the move. He's through. Good race in between the pair, and Talbot takes the position, so he's going to try and break away around the final corner and stop the Mustang from slipstreaming back by on the long pit straight here at Phillip Island.
Big spot heat on that 89's tyres under brakes there. It was a big squeal coming out. They don't like it, these historic touring car tyres. They like to run lock-up free. They'll tend to start to throw bits of rubber out the back of the thing when you do that. So we're just seeing Lane now starting to hurt a little bit. And there it is. Yeah, have a look at that. A big lock-up on the left front. So he's now put a fair old flat spot on that car. And every time he goes to the brakes now, the tyre returns to that flat spot and keeps returning to it. So he is really going to have to concentrate on that threshold of braking to be able to keep a hold of this Mustang. But Andrew Lane has driven very, very well. Can't take anything away from him because these two Camaros have pressured him hard. Have a look at that. Talbot is so wide. So wide. Just understeering out there. Now he's looking up right-hand fronts as they start to tip it into the right-hander. All the weight comes off that wheel, so it tends to grab first before any of the other tyres start to offend the braking, and they start to climb out. We look now back at this replay. Down it is. There's the lock-up in MG corner, and the 76 gets through on Andrew Lane. Trevor Talbot's no stranger being the front in historic racing, been a long career of driving really, really well, and it looks like he's just catching this car, doesn't it? It's like it's just about off the track and he just catches it. And I tell you, there it is. There we have it, the Camaro rear end slide, drive it off the throttle. That one around to turn 3 where he's out on the extreme driver's right. That's scary stuff. That's not only entertaining, but when you're out there that wide and you're wide open throttle, one of the fastest bits of the Grand Prix circuit, and your car's cranked sideways on you, it's not nice.
Well, we've seen in supercars some big accidents there over the years. When you go off, you can't get it stopped, and you generally come back into the road further down when you get to the Honda hairpin. It's a brilliant bit of road down there, but yeah, as you say, it's certainly risk versus reward. You can have some big shunts down there.
Yeah, it is. That's motorsport, isn't it? Risk versus reward.
Absolutely.
And you can hang on, or you can go, right, we've only got 8 laps. I'm going to make every move I can make a move on. I'm going to have to take advantage of.
I was just going to say, these slides, these moments that we've seen from Talbot, it's kept Lane's incentive up. He's right back there. He's caught up and hits back on for second. It's been great racing between two. Talbot wide again. Not quite as wide as the last time, but still wide. And that means he's, look again, lock up. So went defensive, locked up, and that means Lane closes further still. Great racing. This is what we're going to see, of course, in supercars next year. Chevrolet versus Ford.
Pretty much what we've got here.
Mustang.
Everything's new, but hasn't changed a bit, has it?
Exactly.
And it was interesting earlier on this year that John Mann allowed Benny Grice to have a bit of a drive of his Camaro and had a ball with it and said he'd love to try and stitch together a historic touring car program. Of course, Ben Grice running in the Trans Ams and also has his business preparing XLs for the XL Series. They're on track next. They're the next race, part of the final race for today, as we close out the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in absolute style here this weekend. There was only one category that had one class victory to announce before this round. Every other trophy, outright and in classes, is up for grabs. So we will get to the last races of tomorrow before we'll know who is going to win the championships. We've got a good idea on some of them because of points margins and things like that. We start the last race, the last lap of 8 laps for the Just Cars historic touring cars.
Some of those championships, we've got no idea. Formula V is very close for outright contention. Kent class in Formula Ford is separated by just a couple of points, so it's all to play for in a couple of those open wheel categories in particular that I can think of. So make sure you tune into the Blendline coverage tomorrow as we begin the last lap of this race. There is still one more after this, as you said, the Circuit Hyundai XLs.
You know what, Dan? Yes, join us on Blendline by all means, but get to the track because it's going to be nice weather. We've seen great sunshine here today. We've had a couple of passing showers that didn't hurt anyone at all.
He's off. Talbot's off this time. He's trying to get it wrestled, slowed down. He's going to have to take a tour of the gravel and maybe rejoin where the old Phillip Island circuit used to be. And there it is. He's found it, but crikey, he's at least fallen to third, that's for sure. He may have fallen even further back than that. Now he's taking a tour of the grass. Not quite sure. He's decided rallycross is the best option for him.
That started all the way back in turn 3 about 4 laps ago when he started to run wide, and he just kept into it. I've got this. And he still is. I've got this. We're right back underway. Up the straight we go. And he is now chasing Miles in the 6-pack. And here comes Darren Collins in the number 97. Looks very poised as he comes out of MG this time around. In fact, he almost looks slow as he just comes around turn 10. Will work through to 11 and on 12. The number 97 driven brilliantly. Fastest lap, a 1:47.44, albeit a good second and a half off the lap record for the category, but he comes onto the straight. And for the Camaros, takes a race win. And as Dan touched on, this is what we're going to be seeing in the upper echelon of Australian touring car racing next year. Camaros versus Mustangs. You saw it first here at Phillip Island in the Just Cars historic touring cars.
Well, you saw it first 50 years ago.
Well, that's right. 52 years ago was when they first started doing it. So everything old is new again. Historic touring cars. But Just Cars get to the line with Darren Collins taking the win over Andrew Lane, Glenn Miles and Trevor Talbot. Unfortunately for Trevor on the last lap, just pushed it one little bit too far and went off down there at turn 4. But hey, I tell you what, if it's a road you haven't ventured down, then venture down it and see what happens.
We said earlier on, didn't we, if you have a moment there, you slide out wide and you fire back across the road at Honda Hairpin. I believe we're going to see a replay of said incident, which cost Talbot not only second, but third as well, coming home fourth in the end. And here it is, so just ran wide. And then once you're off in the grass, you cannot slow it down. Look at that. Only once he gets to the gravel does the car even begin to slow down. Then he rejoins the tarmac on the outside and then decides to jump back onto the grass, go through the mud, and yes, a dirty way to end his day, and he'll be dirty with himself for that mistake.
So, Circuit XL's on track right now. I'm going to jump off, and it will be over to Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy to round out day one of the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Over to you, lads.
Thank you very much, Darren. Yes, see you tomorrow. As you say, final race. The XLs always produce good racing, particularly here at Phillip Island. This should be a cracker. 8 laps to finish the day. Steve DeVries, you're always watching the Hyundai XLs, often commentating on them. What are you looking for in this one?
Well, what I'm looking for in this one is more around what's going to happen over sort of second, third, and fourth, because I think Hugo Simpson has got enough of a points margin coming into the weekend's proceedings that if he can walk away with a decent result in race 1, it'll almost be one hand on the trophy. He currently has a lead over Ethan Griggold of 62 points. And even though Griggold has put it on pole and Hugo Simpson is starting the 117 machine out of position number 4, it's not a bad spot for Simpson to be in. He doesn't need to do anything rash this weekend. He just needs to bring it home. You know, the positions he's in at the moment, top 4, top 5, will be enough to give him the Victorian State Championship at the end of Sunday afternoon.
Importantly, Griggold, as say, starts from a pole position, but he's got to finish in the top 6 or 7. If he does not do that, then it's handed to Simpson anyway, the title. So he has to finish in a reasonable position in this one. What he'll be looking at is that costly error in the final race at Sandown last time out when he was leading, cost himself 40 valuable points. It would be a real title fight had that not happened.
Correct. He was the dominant force for the majority of the Sandown round, and he was running away with it right up until the second last lap of the last race on Sunday afternoon, and he threw it away down at turn number 9 at Dandenong Road. The important bit for him is I look through the standings here. His nearest rival is actually Harry Tompkins. He's in position 3. He's actually 30 points behind Ethan Griggold, but I do not see Harry's name on the list of entrants this weekend. So it's a bit of a lucky break for Ethan that he's probably not going to be overtaken. But you then look down the order and you can see people like Ryan Phillips, Toby Waghorn. They're the ones that are here this weekend. They're going to try and see if they can overhaul Harry Tompkins before the end of the weekend. We have a look at the grid, how they line up. We've mentioned that the 777 ERT machine of Ethan Griggold is on the pole. He was the only man to go under the 1 minute 59 second barrier in qualifying. His actual race, his qualifying pace was actually only a tenth and a little bit off the current race lap record here. So if he can replicate that sort of pace, will get the record set for, I don't know, about the umpteenth time in about the last 1.5 years that it's happened here at Phillip Island. It's changed so quickly over the last 18 months, it's not funny. Toby Waghorn in the number 84 machine alongside him, and they're lining up right now. Then you go back to Bradley James and Hugo Simpson in 3rd and 4th. A new entrant, a new name that I haven't seen for a little while, Timothy Colombrita in position number 5, Ryan Phillips in 6th. Then you've got William Seal, James Lodge, William Twining, there's another new entrant there. Charlie Nash, we've seen that name pop up a couple of times already this year in 10th. Jason Kay, Gareth Hodgkiss, Jackson Griffith, Jeremy Bennett, Donovan Mernjavac, Scott Appledore, who we know does the double duty with the improved production ranks. Then you've got William Sala, Jet Bloomeris, Belinda East, Lachlan Harvey, Carly Fleming, Michael Sinclair, and the 23rd and final of the runners is Joseph Austin Crow as we get underway for the last race of the Saturday time schedule. And looks like Waghorn maybe just had the initial jump there over Ethan Griggold, but now Griggold's fighting it back, but he's got the inside for the right-hander here at turn 1.
Waghorn actually gave half a car length. He was quite far back on his grid spot, but that has not affected him. He's swung it around the outside at turn number 1. That'll give him the inside for Southern Loop, but now Griggold to be the man that wants to hold it around the outside, and so he does. Good racing early on in this one, as we see 2x2 further back for third as well.
Looks like Simpson might have just picked up a spot there on the number 61 of Bradley James as well on the exit of turn 2. Yes, he has got that job done. He could potentially secure this championship with a win in this race. Size down the inside there, moves up in front of Griggold, goes to the lead of the race. Very smart move, very well-timed move for the number 117 machine to the lead in the early going.
That's exactly what he wanted. And as well, Griggold, his title rival, the only man that can really stop him from winning the title. The poll said it fallen down to position number 3. So it's very much all to play for in this one. As we see them all come around Siberian up the hill for the first time. Could see that there's been no incidents thus far.
There's been a couple of drivers that have moved up. I think you can see Charlie Nash looks like he's gained 1 or 2 spots. Just the grey and green machine, just a couple of spots further back of this battle. It contains Sala and number 72 machine there going down the inside of MG corner. A bit further back in the field as well. Gareth Hodgkiss there in the 747 who started out of position number 12. It looks about where he started this one.
Griggold has got past Waghorn on the exit of MG there, on the entry to MG, and now those 3 have broken away. Contact.
Oh, contact. Ryan Phillips looks like he's been just given a little bit of a nudge there. He's sideways down the straight. It's almost like a freight train.
Sideways.
Yeah, it's almost like a freight train's just run into a car trying to cross a level crossing there. That went on for an awfully long time.
You see the tyre marks in the middle of pit straight. That's got to be 300 metres.
That's a massive amount. That's come all the way out of turn 12, all the way past where the ripple strip ends on the exit of turn 12. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
No, it seemed to be that they were sort of pushing each other almost. He's been pushed along sideways, but he wasn't willing to go forwards or backwards, and it just kept continuing for ages and ages all the way down pit straight.
I'm not sure if Phillips got a nudge there or if he sort of lost that on his own and the drivers behind were already sort of committed to the throttle. That's the bit that I'll be interested in. But then the car behind, which I couldn't quite see who it was, just pushed him for, good 200-300 metres down the road. Quite incredible. What that has done, though, is it has given a little bit of a gap between the top half a dozen or 5 or 6 cars and then the chasing pack.
I've seen a lot of motor races, but I've never seen that. That was quite bizarre. I'm sure Blenline will give us a replay of that in due course. But as we see those leaders,
he's got a big flat tyre too. Look at that. Unsurprising considering what he's just been through. Doesn't look like we unfortunately have a replay for that one, so wind your live video back about 2 minutes or so and have a good look at that one. That's what I'll be doing tonight when I get home, because I'm as curious as probably half the commentary box here is about how on earth that managed to happen.
As we see the battle pack further down the field, this is the battle for the top 10 positions. This is about 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And 13th, 2x2 Noah's Ark style around the penultimate turn.
Well, this is essentially what has become the battle for being inside the top 10 because of what's just happened on the front straight. I think Donovan Mergevac, the 92 car, is actually in position 11. It's broken away a little bit here from Will Sala and a host of others that are tacked onto the back of them here. The 10th place car a bit further up the field is the number 10, the number 46 machine, belonging to Jeremy Bennett, and he's actually got quite a margin here. Change for the lead as well, possibly. No, just some threatening activities here for the lead.
He had a good look coming out of turn number 1, just off camera. He had a look up the inside in turn 2, but couldn't quite get up there. Simpson didn't leave him the room, and Griggold erred on the side of caution, didn't lunge up there in a reckless move, thought better of it, but he's having a go up the inside into Stoner. That'll give him the outside into Honda hairpin, however, and Simpson, I'm quite sure, will hold station on the inside and does. Waghorn's there. He's the joker in the pack, the man not in title contention. and he's got a good run out of there now, so he's around the outside of Griegolt into Siberia. Can he hold it? Look at them both. One rear wheel in the air. Griegolt's holding on just as they head up towards the hay shed.
He is putting the blowtorch to the back of Hugo Simpson, and likewise having the blowtorch applied to him by Toby Waghorn here. Very, very high-speed part of the circuit. Got to get your line right. Got to make sure you leave some room, and they're doing a fine job of that at the moment. You can see Griegolt just working away at the wheel there. There's the little bits of tape there that sort of tell you with the steering wheel centre. You can see his hands sort of furiously trimming the wheel through turns 8 and 9 up over the top. Meanwhile, Bradley James, who is started on the second row of the grid, has fallen back into the clutches of the, I guess we could call this it's like almost like a shell car lookalike, isn't it? With the very, very sort of inspired DJR livery, the 995 of William Saylor. He's tacked onto here, giving him a good red hot go. And then behind them, William Twinning actually started out of position 9, moved up to position 6, and keeping a watching brief at the moment ahead of Charlie Nash. He's had a really good start. As we said, he's now moved up 3 spots from his 10th place grid spot into the 7th position.
He's the only man in under the 2-minute bracket of 1:59.8. So he's the fastest man on the circuit at the moment as this fight for the lead hots up. Waghorn now has got past Griegolt and he's slid around turn number 1. And in fact, I think all 4 of these guys behind are very slowly catching them.
Yeah, you just got to do the math here a little bit because the times are all very close. They're all in the 2-minute point 0, point 1 and point 2. So it's ebbing and flowing, but as you said before, the only man who's under the 2-minute bracket so far is Charlie Nash in the 1:15 entry, and he's 7 cars deep. He's the one at the back of that shot right there with the green roof and the dark sort of gunmetal grey lower half of the car. These 2, or 3 rather, out in front, have got to be careful they don't trip each other up too much. Because as you said, if the group behind that are all sort of just running line astern at the moment, they're not doing anything silly, they will gain time the more that the lead 3 swap positions.
And they're doing that very regularly as we see Waghorn now out front from Simpson and Griegolt. As I said before, Waghorn really the joker in the pack, the other 2 fighting for a title. He's not bothered about that at all. He's just after race wins this weekend, the final round of the Hyundai XL Series, as we see Griegolt having a go on his title rival and championship leader Simpson. He's locked up, you could hear it. The sound of those scorched tyres around MG.
There was a very small amount of front nose to rear bumper contact, I think, there between Simpson and Griegolt, just in the braking zone. Nothing malicious, just a little bit of a lose under brakes. And further back in the pack, but there's Lachlan Harvey there in the number 25, very smartly down the inside of Gareth Hodgkiss at turn 10. A nice big long train of cars here, so you got at the back Hodgkiss, and now wants another. Actually, did Harvey miss a gear? Looked like he might have missed a gear coming out of turn 11 because Hodgkiss is back through very, very quickly.
I think so, but he's got a good run out of there now, so he's wanting to fight back as they come across the line.
And you've got James Lodge, who actually, we've got a funny feeling that Lodge may have been the other car involved in the incident with Ryan Phillips. There's a little bit of damage on the front of that car. He's sort of worked his way back into some sort of meaningful position there in the 39 machine. That's him right there, the white car second in the queue. And he's giving chase to Donovan Merjevac in the number 92 machine. As you said, they've been trying to catch the top 10. They haven't sort of really succeeded. They've actually fallen a bit further behind the Bennett number 46 machine, probably to the tune of about a second a lap. So there is the number 46 of Jeremy Bennett, and then here's the chasing pack, and they're about 2 to 3 seconds arrears at the moment.
Just looking further up the field, James, fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 59.2. He's now within half a second of Griegolt. It's very much becoming a 4 or even 5 car train up front. But there's a fierce battle happening right now down at Siberia.
Lodge got that pass done through the last couple of corners, through turns 4, 5 and 6, so he moves up to 11th place. Meanwhile, this is now a 5-car battle. I think we can almost comfortably call this at the head of the field. What was going on, that I said a few moments ago, they're passing and trying to sort of trip each other up a little bit when they're passing each other, and it's bringing the number 61 of Bradley James and the number 995 of William Seal into play here.
Well, they'd almost caught up, and then at MG, Seal made the move and took position 4, and that's allowed the top 3 to pull away again. So it really is a case of, if you stay in position, you gain on those in front. If you're jostling for position, you're costing each other time.
Top 5 now, all dropping into the 1 minute 59 bracket. Bradley James, the quickest man at the moment, 59.2. Still some margin away, to the tune of about 0.6 of a second from the ultimate pace. Look at the slide job for Ethan Griggould. Absolutely fistfuls of opposite lock through turn 1 and on the lock into turn number 2. Working very, very hard to keep the number 84 of Waghorn at bay here. Still bearing some of the battle scars that I think we've seen that car have over the course of the 2022 season as well.
There's a back marker that they're approaching, a maroon-coloured Hyundai, just gone through camera shot at Honda, so they'll definitely come on to him before the end of this race. As you see, 61, that's James, a little lock-up. Seal going around the outside, side by side out of Honda. James holds position.
Great pass. Yeah, they're coming up to the number 143, I think, of Joseph Austin Crowe. That was the car you sort of could see in the front of the shot. You're right, they're probably going to catch the number 143, I would say, before the end of this race. I imagine it's going to be somewhere on the next few laps. We're just waiting to see them emerge over the top. And yeah, they're going to get to the back of that car over Lukey Heights and MG. I would say possibly... Oh, they're going to get it now. Actually, they're going to get probably one of the worst possible times. It's very awkward. It's on the racing line too. I was thinking if he kept going, he probably could have... That would have happened on the main straight, but that's a really awkward spot to catch lap traffic.
They all dealt with it well, though, and really the margins have remained the same. So nobody benefited from that. Nobody lost out either. So it's very much as it was. So that's what we like to see with 2 laps to go. Once again, is it becoming a 3-car train?
Slowly. They're slowly starting to edge away, this trio again. We'll get the lap times this time around. If they've edged away, they've only edged away by the tune of a couple of tenths. It won't be much. But 2 laps to run in the final race here on Saturday afternoon of round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And you're right, they have only sort of just gained a little bit of time, not very much at all. Waghorn goes to the lead here.
Griggould had a little bit of a twitch going into the turn as he tried to get the cutback. He's locked up a little. Is there a bit of contact?
There is.
There was.
A little bit of a nudge just on the braking and the locked front tyres for Ethan Griggould aboard that Logitech back 777 machine. He's trying really hard. He knows that he has to probably win the race to keep the title fight alive, but it's still going to be, I think, a bit of a bridge too far. When we do them, we'll have a look here. Jinx to the left, Jinx to the right, now goes to the left. Wants the long way around. That's opened the door for Hugo Simpson. Up the inside. Sort of just gently feeds Griggould wide onto the ripple strip. Makes him take that line out there so he can try and have the high ground for Siberia. But Griggould very smartly, very aware, back up the inside.
Oh, there's contact with the championship contenders, and it's the championship leader in the wall.
It is, and I don't know whose fault that was. I think they sort of married into each other on the exit at Siberia. And is there damage to Simpson? And what's happened to Griggould? Has he managed to continue on?
Either way, it could have big championship implications, whatever happens here. Simpson's back going. Griggould is there, 4th position, but he's lost ground. That's all right, he's in 4th. The main one is Simpson. Does he have bad damage? Does this open the door for Griggould in the championship?
And what does this do after the race as well? I'm sure it's going to be a very big discussion point downstairs from us, but we're going to let them sort that one out. We'll focus on the task at hand. I think that Waghorn is probably going to have enough in reserve here for this final lap to survive any potential onslaught. Actually, are they going to wave it now? No, they're going to show the last lap board. We thought they might be cutting it short by a lap, but they've not. They've withdrawn the flag. Last lap board is out. So Bradley James and William Seal, that's the one we're interested in right now for 2nd and 3rd on the road. The 2 cars that are side by side going into turn 1 that are right behind Waghorn in the 84. Griggould might be sort of sporting a little bit of damage. He doesn't look to have the pace that the front runners have right now. What happened to Hugo Simpson? He's crossed the line at the moment in 8th spot.
That's very interesting for the championship, but as you say, we'll wait for the stewards to decide what exactly happened there, whether it was a racing incident and whatnot. We'll focus on what we can see, and we'll report on that tomorrow. But at this stage, it's Waghorn who's leading from Seal, but that gap has diminished.
Here we go. Up a bit further back, Charlie Nash now wants a bit of a look at the inside of the Colin Breeder number 6 machine. Gets it done. Looking for the over and under on the exit of turn 4 as well. Nothing there. Nash parks it fairly and squarely in the middle of the road and defends that spot and that pass.
So exit out of Siberia. I'm not sure that's quite finished. There's 3 of them still fighting tooth and nail for position. Great drive from Nash. Really, really good drive.
Great mature drive. He's moved his way through the field very nicely. Probably the biggest mover of the race, I think. 5 spots gained from where he started. Seal, last minute lunge and some contact at MG corner.
A lot of contact. That's going to affect Waghorn's run and Seal's run around the penultimate turn and towards the final turn. James will be rubbing his hands together at the sight of this. Will he have a look up the inside into the final turn?
Yeah, I'll be going with Waghorn if I was him right now, and he does precisely that. It's going to set up a little bit of a grandstand finish right here at the start-finish stripe. We've got the best view of it, and here they come. It looks like Waghorn's just going to hang on to it. He's done just enough and survived the onslaught late there, but great thinking from Bradley James to get up the inside there after the little bit of contact. Very good situational awareness. Griggold home for 4th. Charlie Nash hangs on to 5th. Great drive from the youngster to get 5 spots on that run from P10. And then coming home 8th, Hugo Simpson. So he's recovered. He's got some points out of that one, more importantly. So it still, in theory, keeps it a little bit alive going into tomorrow, but with some pending work to do downstairs, no doubt.
Absolutely, as you say, yes, it's alive for tomorrow, and certainly at this stage anyway, incident pending investigation. Griggold will have caught up a few points, but Simpson will be okay with that, I think is the word we'll go with.
Now, we have got a little bit of a replay that they're getting some words together downstairs, I think, and a few bits of footage together downstairs. Here we go. So this is what happened between the title contenders. Who hit who? Oh, that's a bit... if I was adjudicating downstairs, I would say that there's possibly a little bit of lack of racing room maybe afforded on the exit there. But I think they might be throwing the flag to say potentially play on, I think.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I certainly can't put blame on Hugo Simpson for that one. But it's whether or not, Griggold's left enough room. I'd say play on myself. I think, in a championship situation like that, you've got to explain a bit. You've got to expect a bit of room. Here we go. Here's a replay.
What's your thoughts, Dan? Like I said, I don't think that maybe Griggold sort of made enough of an attempt to leave racing room.
But is it enough to warrant a penalty?
That's the next question.
Yes,
yeah.
We agree with that. Is it enough to warrant a penalty? I think play on myself.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if that is the verdict coming from race control downstairs. But I dare say that those results probably won't be posted for a good sort of half an hour or so. They're all going for the weigh-in. But for Saturday's sessions, that's it for round 5 of the Victorian State Racing Series, and we are back on deck tomorrow at, you can see there, 8:55 Australian Eastern Time. So just before 9 a.m, we've got another one of the packed schedules, and the first cars out the gate will, of course, be the HQ Holden. So you'll be hearing the voices of Darren Smith and Dave Amor yet again, and well, we're going to do our best to get through the packed program again. We've gotten it all done by 5 o'clock, which is precisely what the schedule called for, without being too far behind. So from all of us up here in Central Commentary, Darren Smith, myself, Steve DeVries, and Dan McCarthy, it is please enjoy your night, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye for now.